Oi, pessoal, tudo bem? Aqui é o Charles de Pinto, no segundo dia da Semana Sigmund. Estamos começando nessa quinta-feira um bate-papo incrível. Vamos ter dois bate-papos hoje, começando o dia, que vão ser em inglês, em que a gente não vai ter tradução para português. E a gente, além disso, vai ter... eu tenho que verificar aqui o meu feedback aqui. A gente vai ter no final da tarde um bate-papo uma apresentação da Marília Fakes, sobre o mercado brasileiro musical. É claro que esses primeiros dois papos que a gente vai ter hoje, o primeiro com Christopher Weingarten e depois com Robert Singerman e David McLaughlin, esses bate-papos vão ser mais voltados ao setor internacional. Então, bem-vindos, que bom ter vocês aqui, né? Vai ser um dia divertido, sempre agradecendo a equipe incrível que a gente tem aqui, que é do pessoal da AjaxCon, está nos dando esse apoio, que é o Gabriel, o Andrews e o Juliano, né? Tem que lembrar os nomes. São pessoas super bacanas, super habilidosas aqui. E com isso, vamos começar nosso bate-papo hoje. A gente está sendo bem ágil nessa Semana Sigmund com Christopher Weingarten, que é um produtor de Nova York, que tem um estúdio no Brooklyn e que está super inteirado na cena do Brooklyn, trabalhando com artistas incríveis. E agora vou ir para o inglês, tá bom, pessoal? Lá vamos nós. Hello, Christopher! We're in English.
Hello.
All that Portuguese.
So beautiful. I love it. I just love riding that wave.
I guess it's an interesting language.
Oh yeah, at least.
So, welcome. Good to have you here. We probably primarily have students from the Unicinos course, the recording arts course, but we probably have some people who are from the public also. And it's so cool to have you with us today. It's a Thursday afternoon, a very warm Thursday afternoon here in Brazil. Summer is coming. This is a country that's known for being very hot, very hot.
Oh, yeah.
So you're talking from New York. Tell us a little bit. So I just to open up here, what's happening in New York? Locate everyone who's watching us so they know what's happening. It's fall. The city's opening up. Give us an update.
Yeah, absolutely. It is fall. We've been dealing with a little bit of rain. We had a little bit of a flash flood thing happen just a couple days ago. But everything is cool. Everybody's getting back to normal. Even more and more. COVID rates are down in the United States and all states, so that's been interesting. A lot of my friends are playing shows.
Oh, cool.
I saw my first show. I went to my first show recently down in the Gowanus area of Brooklyn at a really cool venue called Public Records, and I saw Kimbra randomly.
Cool.
So yeah, so everybody's happy. Everybody's sort of like doing their thing and getting back into it. So
that's uber cool.
Yeah.
Very nice. So COVID is winding down. I know New York is sort of ahead of the curve. It's sort of, you're very progressive, which helps a lot at these moments.
Mm-hmm.
So you're doing good. Shows are starting. How's the so let's most of the people here are studio people. Some people are music business people, but the people who are watching us right now, and everyone who's watching, if you want to send us questions, please do. So we're transmitting to YouTube as well. So if you want to send us some questions, throw them over there. So the studio scene in Brooklyn, in New York. Now that we're sort of going through the very end of this COVID period, what's your idea of what happened? I mean, things are coming back to normal. What's the result? What do we take away from this?
Well, I think one of the really important things that people realized what they were missing in the studio world was, the ability to take that leap to leave the city, actually. A lot of people went upstate or back to their home states and set up, their studios there or their writing hubs, and just stayed connected through the internet and with programs like Audio Movers, I'm sure you know of, being able to, send high quality live feeds, things like that. It's just taken what was already sort of being built, because for years all these companies have been trying to get people on the cloud and working across the pond. So now it's just sort of like became more that fact became a little more localized. Like let's do that, but even if we're like just a few hours away, or I went home. But now that the city is opening back up, and all cities are opening back up, and COVID is down, people are, I think, and I'm just going on a hunch. I mean, this is how I feel, and a few people around me, but people do want to rub elbows again, because that's also really there's connections that are made very haphazardly that are hard to do on the internet. Context matters, being able to see somebody in the hallway, go to a show. It's just it's an inevitable best move. Like if you want to make a lot of connections, so it's good.
And I guess people probably learned about a lot about remote work during this period, and maybe that'll translate into different types of jobs now, right? Even in the States, where you're sort of in the middle of everything, but internationally, we're in the southern hemisphere, the south of Brazil, and a lot of people here could offer their services to other parts of the world. So I guess what you guys were learning up there, we were learning down here as well. And how about your studio? Have you been getting more work? I mean, have people been coming back to the studio? Is that starting to ramp up?
Yeah, I mean, I've been I definitely working on a bunch of stuff right now. A bunch of the things I was working on during the pandemic haven't even been, well, some of them haven't been released. But yeah, no, the answer to that question is yes and no. I kind of have a lot of the same clients from before. I've gotten a few mastering jobs, and I do have one client I'm working with now. He's more of a neighbor buddy. He's a really up and coming awesome drummer, this guy Jordan Rose, and he's drummed with a bunch of great artists like Wolfpack. Jacob Collier hired him recently, so he's awesome. He's a great session drummer, and he's right next door. And we met, and this is like the simple New York story. We just bumped into each other. He accidentally thought I was throwing a music stand away because I left it in the hallway. And so he took it, which is totally legit. That's what, people leave stuff in the hallway here all the time. And I just forgot to get it. And that's how we met. I went to knock on his door and like, hey, that's actually, I wasn't throwing that out. I'm sorry. And we became fast friends. And now I'm helping him engineer sessions for people all over the world.
Cool.
We got clients in all over the place from his notoriety. We just did a session with a couple people in Ireland, live with audio movers and Zoom. So yeah, I have that kind of work coming in. He's got more projects, and I have other clients who are working on new stuff, and I'm working on stuff. So yeah.
Cool. Very cool. Okay. So our talk today is going to be about 45 minutes. So I'm going to sort of get to some things that are more technical in audio, because we have students here, and these students and these professionals, a lot of them are working on projects, and they're sort of learning about certain processes, and they're sort of getting into the whole recording arts thing. So I would like to get some of your opinions, some of your perspective on building a good basis for working with recording arts.
Sure.
And let's start with something really simple. I mean, let's say, you have these kids who are going into the marketplace. They want to start working with audio as producers, as engineers, mixing engineers, recording engineers, mastering engineers. And maybe they want to know what the skill set, the basic skill set, the things they should really pick up in school and, with the initial experience, so that they're well-rounded out just to generally work with audio. What would you say if I asked you, if I were getting into college now and I said, wow, what should I focus on? What would you, for recording arts?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm going to assume that if you're going into the recording arts, you're going to pick up a lot of the basics there. Proper acoustics, room acoustics, proper mic techniques, mixing techniques. You're going to get all of that. But if I had to give some advice that stems from my own personal experience, I would say if you're really focused on like production and you're really focused on engineering, make it a point to at least get a little bit of knowledge in some music theory. Just so you can speak the language. You don't have to be, an aficionado or know how to sight read or anything like that. But those kinds of things really help you understand how things can sit in a mix. You can navigate a song more easily if you have an artist who speaks that language more. You can even translate that information into how you work with audio. If you're working on a production level, you might make different decisions sonically, which do segue right into mixing. How do these things sit right? These having some theory background is really, it's been eye-opening for me as it has come later in my life. But
that's great advice. That's
yeah, it's kind of a offshoot in a way. It's not super technical. Well, it is technical in that sense, but it's not engineering necessarily. But it's also integrated, and that's the thing I keep learning is all these disciplines are so tied together. They're just intrinsically linked. If you ignore one of them and you become almost stoically against it, which I think a lot of people have that in them. They want to follow a path, but it becomes too rigid. Try not to do that as much if you can, but it takes time.
I know that you do a lot of recording, you do mastering, you do mixing, you do everything, right? And just by the way, just to quickly talk about what you just said, music is based on the same mathematics that we work with filters, right? It's the same thing. It's harmonic, composition, and everything is mathematically tied, and even especially music. And we're working with music, so there is an enormous tie-in with music and audio. So that's really cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and it's another perspective to have. And the more perspectives you have, the more, maybe the quicker you can solve a problem.
Cool. Yeah. So let's move into something you said right now about getting, really into one area. And we know that in the States, this happens a lot. You have a recording engineer, and it's just basically, he's really does a lot of recording, maybe because he works at a studio and he does a lot of recording, and a lot of projects go out to be mixed somewhere else. We have other people who are like Bob Clearmountain, famous for their, mixing techniques, chops, they're great mixers. And then we have like Ludwig and Grundman, who are like the big mastering engineers.
Totally.
You're saying about being more of a generalist and being able to understand the whole, spectrum of knowledge. How about people who want to get into recording? Do you think these people should also have a very strong, wide panorama of knowledge in audio?
Say that one more time, because it froze a little bit. I got you right up to what about people who want to get into recording? Sorry.
Mine freezes every once in a while too. The people who are getting into these segmented areas of audio, mastering, recording, mixing, engineers who are specific. Do you think they should also have this very broad notion of everything in audio and then get into specifics? Should they try to early on jump into the specifics of their area? What would your opinion be on that?
That's a good question. I think like being open to it is more or less what I would suggest. It may be that you spread yourself too thin if you try to like do them all or conquer them all or attempt them all. So maybe the cool thing about all this is that one of them is going to lead into the other and the other will lead into the next. So if you can simultaneously or maybe oscillate between focusing hard on the one thing that really interests you so you stay alive in the moment there, whether it's recording that really piques your interest or mixing that really piques your interest, find the thing that you really love, but then really zoom out and try to learn what happens over here at this next stage, or what has happened before to lead me to what I'm working with now, because it'll help you feel better about what you're working with. You'll have a better grasp on like, maybe you're struggling on a mix and you don't know why, but if you've had enough recording experience, you might feel more comfortable in saying, this is just not really what's working here. It's not my fault that the kick is not the right type of kick, or it has a sonic signature that's not gelling. It allows you to move past it, maybe from like your normal solutions, and like maybe you'll look for a sample, or you go, if you have a tight relationship with the engineer and the artist and they have the flexibility, hey, re-record this, do something different. What you're trying to do is too much. So
cool. Yeah. That's very common in mastering, right? Someone's trying to master something, you're trying to work with the stereo or surround track, and then there's things you can't do in mastering. You have to go back to mixing. You have to say, hey, recall this mix, let's fix something, then send it back to me and I can do what you want. Right?
Absolutely. I have a friend who's just down the hall who sends me a bunch of his clients' work to master, and he's usually produced it. I'm constantly hitting him up saying, "Hey, here's this version. It's hitting the limiter a lot, because your kick is like 6-7 dB louder than everything else. So naturally, I'm going to have my limitations. Now, if you like it, you like it, but try this from the mix stage, and I can reinsert it. And we have that close and quick access to each other, so we can do that. But not everybody can do that. But it's just good to know that is an option."
Very cool, very cool. Staying with technical information here. So I'm looking at the background. Very cool background in this image that I'm seeing of you here. I can see your studio there. This is banana peel. So it's a studio in a very large warehouse structure in Brooklyn. I've been there. I've visited the studio. We did some recording there a few years back, and it's a very, very cool. How in the United States, this is a very common thing. They take these giant old factories and then they break down all the rooms into small studios, which people can use for whatever they want. It can be for audio, but it can also be for a painter. You can open a little office. You can do anything you want. There's people who, I'm sure there's people who crash in those places every once in a while, right? Spend the night here, right? So it's these, and it's like it's tens and tens and tens of these little rooms, and they're all rented separately. But the coolest part, to me at least, is that these warehouses, they create the sense of community. So you meet people, right? You meet people, and they're all part of the warehouse, and you all work, you know each other. And Chris is telling us about the people he's been meeting. So that's very cool. But I'm getting there. Just quickly introducing your studio. And if anyone here is ever in Brooklyn, visit Chris, do some work with him. Please. In the background, you can see that Chris is very much into acoustics. He's been working with the acoustics of his room for a while. You can see to my right, to his left, I guess, is a cylindrical bass tube trap, right? It's kind of bidimensional here. But yeah, you got a whole bunch of them.
Oh yeah, I got a whole.
So for everyone who's listening, and you know what a tube trap is, you know what a cylindrical bass trap is. Beautiful, beautiful little solutions for acoustics. One of the best, maybe in my mind, it's the best acoustical solution you can find. And Chris made them himself. So I have a question here, Chris. So here it is. Acoustics. Acoustics is so important. It's important in every room we're in. It's a room acoustics, right? So the room I'm in here, it's terrible acoustics. I've got I've got some pretty good monitors set up, and I've got a set. But the truth is, this is not the right place to actually do, serious. I can't record here. So talk a little bit about how the work with acoustics happened in your room, the need for that, and maybe some insight to people who are watching, how real the importance is of understanding acoustics, acoustic energy, sound energy in the room, basic calculations, what different solutions. Maybe you can start out talking about what you did in your room, and then we can get to some tips.
Absolutely. Yeah. Super important. I mean, the room is where everything happens. And, in a studio, it's you call it a control room. That in a scientific sense, it's this space where things are it can be measured properly. The variables are very low. So in a control room, you want to have a space that is not influencing what you're really trying to focus on, which is what material is coming out of the speakers. And every room does influence. The real trick is getting the room to be what we consider like a natural ambient response, with no phase issues and minimal reflections that are direct, because that can cause, again, phase. So, everybody has a different setup. Not everybody has the luxury, including myself, of having a bigger space, because dimensions of your room really change the mathematics in terms of like which frequencies are problematic. And there are so many cases where you can run into problems. So, but what I've done is created this embarked on this mission to build my own tube traps. Took about a year and a half to like really figure out all the different elements that made up the tube trap and what they were for. And I had bought a couple and deconstructed them to, see what was really happening. And I was speaking with the gentleman who created them. He was kind enough to, give me a lot of information without giving me all the information. And so I figured it out, and I was able to test, measure my room, which is something I'll recommend that everybody at least learn how to do or start to play with now. It'll feel like a different language at first, but there's only so much you really need to figure out to get started. Is where you measure your room. You get one of those microphones. SonarWorks does this with you. You get a calibrated microphone and a program that shoots a sine wave sweep, and the microphone reads back what's happening in the room and shows you the difference between the room's response and what should be there. Relatively flat line. You're never going to get a flat line, but you want to approximate and you want to be within a, certain range of derivation. So I've got a small room. It's 220 square feet, and it's 8-foot ceilings. So that's pretty problematic when you do the math on that. There's a lot of stuff that happens. So I went out and I decided that I need to build a lot of these things. I almost need to kind of erase the room to have a good mixing room. So I made about 42 of them. That's
67 square meters, just so everyone knows. Keep going.
Yeah. And also, I don't know how easy it is to do, but I can maybe try to transfer this call we have onto my phone and more easily show a video. Maybe I'll do that in like a few minutes. We can just take a second.
Yes, we can. We can quickly pause. Maybe near the end. We can finish off, and you can illustrate some of the ththings you're talking about.
Totally. Just do a little sweep, and then everybody can see what I've got going on. But yeah, I would say, to everybody who's in this, in this program, just start playing with that. There's a lot of stuff online now too. A lot of YouTube videos. Eric Valentine has a whole video on how to measure your room, and he shows you how practical and simple it can actually be if you just know a few concepts to be able to read this graph and sort of see how a person actually goes about changing the acoustics for the better in their room. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, the students have classes in acoustics, so they learn some of the basic equations, right? Mm-hmm. So standing waves, tangential, oblique, right? Yeah. Axial, and they learn some of the basics. But sometimes in college you learn all this stuff, and then you sort of prioritize the things that you think maybe are going to be more important, and just so people understand maybe how important it is in your studio and in maybe most studios, that acoustics are really fundamental. They're really important. Yeah.
Yeah. It's sort of I think more than ever it's become such a hot topic in the audio engineer community, the mixing community. You want to be able to work faster. You want to be able to work more accurately and more creatively. When you can hear everything as it should be coming out of your room, you not only can just sort of not deal with the frustration of like going back and forth between different systems and hearing different things, which is mind-numbingly painful. It kills your ego too. But when you can hear stuff in here, it's like the things you can do, the things I'd like to do. Now that world opens up. Oh, I want to have a bigger bass here, or it's too much bass actually. Wow, I never thought I'd say that. And start doing different things. And I'll add to that, myself included, and there's a bunch of engineers out there who are going deskless, or really small desk. I have this tiny little,
wow
thing here. Yeah. And it's just minimal, and my screen is low, so I have not much obstructing me.
So no, it's not reflecting off your desk.
Yeah, and big consoles, even though millions of phenomenal records have been made on them, they still do impart a phase, bump or null in that mid range or that low mid range.
And those near field monitors always on the meter bridge, right? Right there, bam, right in front of you. And of course, you know, those low mids and those mids are bouncing right off that console. You got it, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
something to do more work.
they don't. It's comfort, right? There's some point where we're working with comfort, and so we have to decide where that line is, where we're working with perfect acoustics, and those people know. Look at the big studios with the big, you know, API Legacy or the 4000 or the 9000 SSL or the Capricorn. These people know that their consoles the sound is bouncing off them, but it's comfort. They've got this big piece of gear. The near fields are just sitting right there. They can, you know, stretch over and, you know, mess with the near field. And yeah, it's something that I always walk into studios with big consoles and I always think, oh man, right, this is something I have to take into account. Yeah, but they do it automatically.
And to tie this in with acoustics, you know, in general, you know, the thing about acoustics too is like you never really know how something's going to, unless you're actually, you know, an acoustician and you're measuring and you're maybe predicting with the math. But in a lot of instances in these rooms, and if you're, you know, you don't really know what's going to influence what and in what way. You can make your guesses, and there are some tried and true culprits. But or solutions to the culprits, I should say. But you don't know what's going to happen. You know, it could be that the console maybe does do something, but it's not affecting you in the way that you would think, or it's not as much of an issue. But if you go to another studio, it's a huge issue. You know, I had a situation where I had a piano next to me for a while, right to my side, my first reflection point, and my computer screen was up in between my monitors. And in the same week, I had sold that piano and my computer died. And so I was left with no piano here. And I had a laptop that was obviously lower to the ground. And I had just noticed the difference in quality of my speakers and like what I was hearing. I was like, maybe something's weird. And I had my other friend who was engineering in here call me and say the same thing. He's like, did you do something different to the monitors? Because something sounds dramatically different. There's just the removal of the side reflection, and it was the removal of this monitor, both at the same time. And that was just like a happenstance, and it was revelation. Honestly, it was like crazy.
So switching things around, right? Sometimes just sitting and saying, hey, let's just mess with the room. Let's change some of the furniture, and sometimes things pop up. Totally. Big piano, that sounds like a big culprit. Yeah, you know, the reflective surfaces. Although you probably had it open, right? It was opened up or something, maybe?
It was just, it was all open, sitting right there, just being a big error.
I think I saw some pictures of that piano on your Instagram account.
Yeah.
Very cool. So, okay, so I think we spoke a little about acoustics. Those tube traps, I know they're your project. You said you spoke with the people who originally made them. I'm going to get ASC. Is that ASC? Do they have the trademark?
ASC.
ASC,
Yep.
So they're the original tube trap, or at least the people who have the trademark for the cool name. So they're nice people.
And they're great, and they make a product.
And they have tons of really cool little acoustics things that you can stick to your walls. I see some foam up there in the corner, a wedge. I'm imagining that must be ASC maybe, or no? Is it something you made yourself?
Corner. Honestly, that was a leftover piece of foam, which I don't really use any foam. But when I was dialing in the room, there was a small flutter echo. And I had this piece, and it was enough to just kill the flutter echo. That's all I needed it for. Everything else is rigid fiberglass, including the thing on the door. It's a 6-inch deep panel. And then I only have a few panel like clouds. Let me see if I can just tilt this up. You can kind of see above me.
Cool.
Yeah, I have these clouds, and I can probably do this even. Let me see.
There we go.
Let's see if I can be clever here. You can kind of see I have a whole wall of tube traps, and when we switch the phone to the phone, I can just show you. Cool. I have an entire plane of speakers right in front of me, covered with tube traps in the ceiling. So I really went nuts.
I was gonna move on to processing, but now you said monitors. So what are you using what are your monitors? What are you using for monitoring?
I'm still using the same monitors I had for like 10 years or like 6 years. I want to upgrade actually, but I have NS10s, the Yamaha NS10 and M Studios, and I'm powering them with a Bryston. power amplifier, a 4BST, and that thing is just incredible. I love that, and I have K&H Klein and Hummel monitors. They're three-way. They're the same. The company Neumann purchased that from Klein and Hummel, the company. They no longer exist, but K&H are what. These are the predecessors to that, and they're a sealed box, not ported, three-way system, tri-amped. So they have really good separation between the three. Quite honestly, I love them, but I'm as I've grown, I feel like I need more, and I'm sort of looking at upgrading to ATCs at some point because I love that. I love that mid-range signature and super low distortion for more accurate, low end and more accurate everything. Honestly.
Yeah. I remember. I think I worked with your K&H's when I was there. I'm pretty sure they were there when I'm not sure. Well, I'm not 100% sure, but
definitely were.
Okay, they were. I remember. I really liked the sound of your room, and this was before a lot of the acoustic treatment you did, so it already sounded pretty good. How about cheap lo-fi, sort of like cube mono? What do you use for mono?
For mono, honestly, I just put things into mono, so I'm still using two speakers. I'm not doing the one speaker situation.
No Auratones, nothing.
No Auratones, no. I mean, I would do an Auratone, but I just never felt like I needed it. The NS10s kind of take care of that for me, and I use Isotope Ozone to pop things into mono, or sometimes I'll just take the master bus and mono it, honestly, with the two pan knobs, or my mix bus, whatever. And that seems to work just fine. I still hear all that weird buildup occur, and it gets the job done. And I do love to check things in mono. It just shows you how things are stacking up on each other, and helps you make decisions. Sometimes I'll even just mix in mono without putting anything in mono. I just won't pan anything yet. And if I have some stereo information, I'll just mono it up and begin my mix. And if it feels like it's going to be a dense one, but I don't always do that. It depends.
So we've sort of moved into mixing all of a sudden, which is cool. And acoustics leads to monitoring, leads to mixing, which I guess is a pretty nice place to be. So let's quickly touch on that. Absolutely. I mean, we have a lot of students here who are mixing in different ways, and let's not really get into the nuts and bolts of how people are mixing, but let's talk about, something that is related to your monitors. So your monitoring, how do you different references and monitoring references, and where do you listen if you're not listening only in your room, and do you do those things, you listen behind the door? What are your tricks, and how do you get to that sound where you're pretty confident that you have what you want?
Absolutely. Well, I do also use some headphones. I have a nice headphone monitoring amp, the Little Labs.
Oh, Little Labs is a classic. They've got a compressor.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And this thing is pretty great. It's really it's got good power outage output, I should say. And I use this. If I'm working on something that's got a lot of low end, some kind of pop thing or some kind of heavier music, sometimes I'll sit in the back of the room because in my room the low frequencies start to build up, and I might hear how something is swelling differently just by it being a little more amplified. It's like kind of it's like if you put a low shelf boost on your master bus just to kind of hear all the low end, and it's like, what's it really doing? You got to turn things up a little bit. That's kind of a natural way to do it. I go back there and I might hear like a nasty resonance that I did not hear where I'm sitting. So that goes to show you that things are still not perfect in my room, even with all the tube traps. They're a lot better. I mean, 80% better, if not more. But you still get some weird anomalies. So, I'll do that. I'll listen on headphones. I listen in the car still. I just can't help it.
Car, of course. Yeah, classic.
Absolutely.
And do you have do you control SPL in the room, or do you have a meter or something? Are you looking at what the sound pressure levels are, so I'm listening at 85, I'm listening at 75. Do you check that?
I have checked that in the past enough times to sort of feel that I know what level I'm at. I know that like 85 in here starts to feel like too much for me because it's such a controlled room. It's just me and the speakers, and it's pretty direct. So it can be a little tiring. So I know when I'm getting up there, and I know that, these like 75, 85, that's where we hear all the frequencies the most even as we can. So I try to be around there when I'm having fun, but I'll do a lot of like edit work, at lower volumes and other, different volumes mean different things. You can really hear if something has energy at a low volume. Everything has energy at a high volume. You're synthesizing energy with amplitude. Yeah, but if you can feel that excitement at a lower volume, that's a good sign.
And the room responds differently at different volumes, and our hearing responds differently at different volumes. It's a mess, right? So we have to
mess.
Find the sweet spot. We have to find the sweet spot. Yep. Okay.
And I have back in my room, I have a little dot that I made right above me on my trap that I know like my head can sit here, and I'm not exactly in the middle of the room because the middle room is the worst. So I'm just on the cusp of being in the middle, and here I get a good picture. And then if I want to feel something maybe a little differently, I'll move forward. And so I do play around with space. Maybe if I get a bigger room and I can set the traps up in a different way, I might need to do that less. Who knows? And I have a subwoofer as well, so I put that on a lot.
Oh, how worried are you with being on access with your tweeters?
With the K and H's, there's a pretty wide sweet spot, but I like to be in the right spot. Absolutely. But I do find that in my room, this is weird. If I move to the left a little, I hear this tweeter obviously more directly, and it does reveal some things to me that I don't hear in the middle. So the middle can be tricky. It's worth moving around. Don't be such a statue.
Yeah. These are things that people don't think of. They set up their monitors. It's sort of in the right place. And then slowly things start shifting in the room. And when you see like 2 years out, you've never messed with your monitors and they're like pointing in some weird directions, which is something people, I don't know, maybe people should remember that.
And we're to codifying things, I think people really want to like find the solution to a thing. And this is the best practice. But with every best practice, there's, bonus practices. You should just experiment and use those experiments. If they reveal something to you, try to be open to it. Just because you're not here in the middle doesn't mean you're hearing everything all the time.
Yeah. There's something that I always tell our students, which I think you bring a different perspective on this. I usually tell kids, listen, you have to learn how to use your monitors. You have to learn your room. You have to know where your monitors and your room are lying to you, so where you can have confidence. And when you learn, you can basically do good work. But you have this experience, which is maybe even more valuable than that type of tip, which is you can continue working on the acoustics of your room, and your mixes will get better. Is that something is that it?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. If it's like anything you're doing. I mean, if you're engaging with it and you're learning about it, you're inevitably going to find that you're outgrowing it, perhaps. Or growing, maybe even just bored with it, and you want to experiment. It's natural, but you are engaging with your speakers, and you will learn about them. You'll learn. You won't just learn how to mix with them, but you'll learn their deficiencies. This is why I'm also interested in upgrading from monitors that I've had for 7-8 years, and that's fine. I think that I've outgrown them, and I've outgrown this room, and I'm aware of that, and I want to upgrade when I can, and I'll continue to try to do the best work I can.
Whoa! But you're giving us some news here, right? First-hand news, hot news, breaking news. So you're thinking about moving to another room in the same complex or in a different part of town? I'm curious. Now we're live, and I'm curious.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like officially on the hunt for a bigger space. It's just not going to be super easy. It's hard to find the right space. Everybody knows, finding audio space in a crowded city, that's like saying, hey, what room can I go bang pots and pans in all day? That's not going to bother somebody.
And Brooklyn, New York, right? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people doing the same thing. Yeah, you're
Either
right.
either you're going somewhere where nobody wants that, or you're going somewhere where everybody's banging pots and pans, and then you have to deal with that too. So it's tough. It's tough to find the right spot. But I'm definitely going to do it. And at some point, that's the New York spirit. I'm not going to just sit here. So I'm looking, and I'll take everything I have with me and spread it out.
Oh, wow, that's good news. Next time in
Yeah.
New York, I'll probably be seeing a new place then. That's really nice.
I hope so.
So we're sort of winding down now. Our time is sort of reaching the end. Everyone who's watching us, if you have questions, perguntas, please send your questions. This is the right time. Chris, I want to finish off with something that's not as technical, not audio, which is more on the human side. Because our job, and yesterday we had some guests, and we were talking about how important the human side is to all the work we do. So the question is, how important is developing these human social skills, dealing with clients, and not only for creating a client base, but okay, for creating a client base as well, but also for just dealing with other people in a healthy way, so that work is funner, more creative, and the result is better. Tell us about your experience with that.
Absolutely. That is something that is a lifelong journey for sure. I mean, just people skills. And I hate that term in a lot of ways because it makes it feel very transactional and corporatized in a way. Everybody's different. Everybody has their introverted or extroverted selves. The best thing you should do is try to be as comfortable as you can, and try to see every client you work with, or every artist you work with, as an opportunity to make a friend, or maybe not even that far, but just to be kind with acquaintances. This is a human playing field. We can't forget that people want to know each other. This is how you're gonna make your friends. This is where your job is at. This is how you're gonna have experiences. This is nothing different than that. So be your best self if you can, and be honest. And try to be aware of what works for you and what doesn't, and just be upfront with that stuff, 100%. Yeah, I feel like I had more to say on that. I do.
Some of your experiences with clients and how maybe they've impacted your life, and how people have been with you for such a long time. And I mean, all this very human part, because we work with music. Music is very informal. We want it to be informal, right?
Absolutely. And artists and everybody want to be surrounded by people they feel comfortable with, and they feel like that they really do seek out just people who feel comfortable in themselves, because they want to feel comfortable. It's like anything, you two people are going to do something together. You want to make sure that person is feeling good to you, and you can have a rapport. So try to, but that also, I say this, it's not like you can just snap your fingers and solve your problems. I spend a lot of years learning that, working with different people. I've worked in the restaurant industry a lot, which I have to say has taught me that more than anything, because you have these quick transactions with people, and they can be pretty heated sometimes, or they can be really relaxed. You can be put in a position where you're frustrated very easily, and it takes time to chip away at all those little things that are your hot buttons. What just triggered you, and next time you go through an episode of feeling triggered and dealing with a customer, and what happens? Does it blow up, or does it stay calm? I've blown up before in the restaurant industry. I've seen engineers who own really big studios in New York get really pissed at the artist because the artist is being really annoying and overstepping their bounds. And I've seen some oh man, that's a little rough. But it happens. And the more you can you just have to go through those experiences honestly, and you might crash a couple times, and that's fine. It happens, but just pick yourself up, learn from that experience, and you'll get better at it. You'll get thick skin.
There's a very cultural thing going on where, Americans and Brazilians and other nationalities, I've met people from different countries who have different ways of working. It's very how emotions affect, right? How our emotions are part of how we work. And it's very different for people who someday here and are watching us are thinking of going to the States to work. It's very different. The way people, the behavior in the studio and the professional behavior is not exactly like Brazil. And it's totally cultural. It's just, you live in a different place. Different people immigrated there at a certain point, and everything is different. And of course, these behaviors are different. So it's really cool because I think it allows for personal growth. Chris,
yeah,
New York right now. Do you think there's spots for students who might want to go to New York and do some internships and learn and work? What do you think the city? What's the temperature for work?
Oh yeah, 100%. Come here. Absolutely. Get over here and try your hand. You know what I mean? There's plenty of places to work. There's tons of studios. And there's even tons of small studios where, people like me, I get asked all the time, can I come hang? Can I come help? Can I come just sit and watch? And I'm like, of course. Be the person though to make it happen. You know what I mean? I get busy. I'm not going to call them all the time and make it happen. But if you call me and you say, I'm free this day, I say, come on over then. Make it easy for the other people if you're interested, but come here. There's tons of studios. There's tons of places to be, tons of work to sustain you if you can't do that right away. And, play the game.
I have the coolest students. So if anyone does visit you, you'll have a fun time. Chris.
I would love to have anybody from your camp come here. Absolutely.
Cool. Well, Chris, I think that's good time for today. I'm looking at it, 2:53. I was thinking 2:45, went a little bit over. Any questions? I don't see any questions over here, but I see a lot of people watching, so they must be having fun. We're doing only English. Anyone who's watching closed captions, maybe later on you can watch this again and try the closed captions. Maybe you can read a little bit what we're talking about. I'm always available offline as well if people want to talk with me. Chris, it's always immensely cool. And it's a privilege to have you with us. It's very nice. I really like your experience. I've worked with you. I think you're a great professional. You're working in the best market on the planet, in my personal opinion. It's the best market on the planet. New York City is the top of the top. And you're in Brooklyn, which is maybe the coolest part of New York City. I really like Manhattan, but I'm really from Philly, so I'm a tourist in New York. But Brooklyn is uber cool. So thank you so much for being with us. It's an honor to have you here, and hopefully you'll be back next time we're doing this.
It's my honor, honestly, and I'm super privileged to be on here and talk to you. You're phenomenal. You're always a pro, and I'm always happy to come on. So anytime, and reach out to me. Please pass my email around. I'm also willing to send anybody my plans on building the tube traps if they want to take on that project. If they like to be a little hands-on, cut a little wood and put a little glue on things.
So that's something I've been wanting to do for a while here with them at our campus. Everyone go to a big lawn and work on a lawn and create tube traps, and everyone takes a couple home.
Let me know. I've sent the plans around. There's a lot of big engineers. I worked with Jesse Ray Ernster, who mixed Kanye's last record, and he mixed a bunch of Doja Cat stuff. He found out about my plans, and we became buddies too. And he built a bunch of tube traps for his studio.
Wow.
And he elaborated on the plans even. So, and he's awesome. So, they work.
What's your Instagram tag? What's your account on Instagram? Let me send it to these kids.
Yeah, it's I'll put it in the chat. Is that easy? It's
actually I'm going to be throwing it in the YouTube chat. So spell it out to me.
Okay, it's PPEAL.
Okay.
Banana.
PPEAL banana. There, they have it. Okay, Chris. So that's it for today. We'll be talking soon. Maybe I'll be visiting in New York.
I hope
when the pandemic is a little bit, less powerful.
Let me know right away when you're here. It'd be awesome to see you.
Okay. Let me say, so take care. See you soon. Let me switch over to Portuguese. Pessoal, estamos fechando agora. Vejo vocês daqui a pouco para outro bate-papo com o pessoal do Music Business, lá de Nova York, tá bom? Okay. See you soon, Chris. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oi, pessoal, estamos de volta agora, 4 horas da tarde, 16 horas da tarde, Semana Sigmund 14. Nós estamos aqui com o nosso segundo painel de quinta-feira, com um grupo de estrangeiros, pessoal que é de fora do Brasil, nem todos estão fora do Brasil, mas um grupo de pessoas que falam inglês como sua língua nativa, e por isso que nosso próximo bate-papo será apenas em inglês. Vou apresentar eles em português para vocês e depois vou passar para o inglês. Temos aqui conosco o David McLaughlin, que trabalha com a Horas Music, que é uma empresa muito grande, agregadora, distribuidora de música digital pelo mundo. E ele também tem toda uma história, todo mundo aqui que vai estar com a gente tem um currículo longo, né, com muitas trabalhos no seu currículo. Temos o Mark Fraser, que é do Sync Summit, que é um evento que acontece em Nova York, é hoje em dia digital também, e ele é ligado à parte de licenciamento Sync, que é a ligação de áudio e música com audiovisual e imagem, que é uma área que para vocês deve ser super interessante. Eu espero que vocês, né, aproveitem esse momento com nossos convidados. E também temos o Robert Singerman, que é um amigão lá dos Estados Unidos, de Nova York, está falando de Nova York. O Mark e o Robert estão falando de Nova York. E o Robert Singerman, ele é vice-presidente da Lyric Find, mas também tem uma super história bacana com a música longa, trabalhou com artistas bem grandes das majors, e ele tem um histórico bacana. Todo mundo que está aqui tem uma experiência imensa com o mercado internacional de música, especialmente no que é relacionado com novos artistas, e olha que interessante, também com artistas internacionais que querem ingressar nesse mercado internacional. Quais são os caminhos? Esse é o assunto do nosso bate-papo. Vou partir para o inglês agora. Espero que vocês se divirtam. Hello, guys. I'm back to English. So, thank you for being here. David, Mark, Robert, so great to have you here. A little bit of Portuguese to start off, but now we're back to English, and it's just a privilege. It's very nice to have all three of you here. Recently, I was participating in a talk over at Sync Summit, right, which was organized by Robert Singerman, by Robert, which was to be present everywhere. And David, we've worked together in the past, so I know all of you, and I'm really happy to have you here. Welcome to Sigmund Week 14.
Thanks.
Let me introduce some subjects. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's talk about some really cool subjects. I'm going to start with basic. I wasn't really expecting to start with this, but let's start with something that we have to address. So let's get it out of the way right in the beginning. Things are getting back to normal, right? The world is starting to get back, into the gears are getting into place and things are rolling. And in each of your areas, each of your perspectives, David is in São Paulo, but he's originally from Ireland, and Mark and Robert from New York. Mark, I'm pretty sure you're in New York right now, right? Am I guessing right? No.
Not right now. No, I'm in the South, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where I am in the world, which we could talk about as part of what we're talking about.
Cool. I'm just curious, where in the South?
I am on the border of Virginia and North Carolina, so it's about 500 miles south of New York.
Cool.
Just a day ride, a day trip.
Beautiful. Yes. Okay. That's very nice. So let's start out talking about, we're at the end, or we're hoping it's the end of what's happening with this pandemic, and our market, our sector, our industry is starting to get back to some degree of normality. What are you guys feeling? What kind of temperature are you guys getting from the industry right now? Is that where we're at? Let's start with Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. Well, the industry synchronization, I think you said it in Portuguese, but it's basically, taking a piece of music and connecting it to a piece of visual media like TV or film or an ad, or interactive media like a game, an app, or an internet site. So this industry, like every other industry, shut down at the beginning of the pandemic. And then, the only thing that was really going on was advertising still continued, but advertising took a different tone. Then things started to open up as we had protocols so that we could film, so that we could have TV shows, so that we could do more commercials than just, the ones that we were doing. And that has brought us to the point that we're at now, where we have more productions happening than ever. More TV, more film, more games, more ads, more apps than we had before. And the reason why is twofold. The first reason is that we ran out of content. Basically, the studios, they threw everything at the pandemic because people were watching like crazy. And at the same time, they couldn't produce anything for months. So by the time we got the protocols in place so that we could start filming again, they really needed content. So the amount of opportunities to connect music to projects has exploded. And that's one, for that reason, number one, but there's also a second reason, which is really interesting and relevant to the international market. And that is that there has been, over the past, I'd say 3 years, but it's really kicked into gear, an effort by Disney, by Amazon, by Netflix, to a lesser degree, Apple and Hulu and the others, to create productions that are specifically for Brazilian markets, the LATAM market, so Spanish-speaking markets, the Japanese market, the Indian market, and various markets in Europe. And what that's done is that that's created opportunities that didn't exist before, where you would have a Netflix production that's done all in Portuguese, or a Netflix production that's done all in Spanish, or an Amazon production in Japanese, and they need authentic music to go along with that. So that combination of things has, I would say, possibly made it the best time ever in sync. And if you've got good music, this is really your time to get yourself, do your research, do your homework, and really get into this industry. Because I have not seen such a positive outlook ever as there is right now.
And your organization is a great place for people to start looking at this, right? So syncsummit.com, I think. Is it syncsummit.com? Yeah. So
it's syncsummit.com. And also the good starting place for us, if you want to, for everybody, is to go to our community. It's on Facebook, facebook.com/group/syncsummit. And if you go there, we've got 5,000 people on the community. It's very active. We have lots of free chats, tutorials, all kinds of stuff there, so you can get up to speed on what's going on in the industry.
Excellent. Okay, I'm going to move around. I'm looking at the screen on YouTube where we're actually sending this. So I'm going to go in the same direction that I'm seeing your faces here, counterclockwise. David, your perspective on the same subject. Your perspective. Go ahead. And if you want to talk about the company you're working at, go ahead.
I'll be subtle. Okay. I had an interesting experience today. It was I was doing a Horus music panel for Meedum. Yeah, Meedum is the big trade fair in France. I've been putting this together for a few weeks, and I said, okay, so I've got to have some people from the live sector talking. What's happened during the last 2 years to the live sector. I'll call Fabrice and Aubrey. Fabrice, you've been doing festivals and stuff. He says, David, I'm not doing festivals anymore. I'm now working with Quai. Yeah, it's like sort of similar to, not similar, but slightly different to TikTok. Putting live music and so on put onto Quai. So the pandemic forced him out of the live sector into sort of the app world. Who else is left over? I'll talk with Geraldinho. Geraldinho has an agency in Rio. He's worked at Daniela Mercury. He had about 20-30 shows organized for Donna Onecci 2 years ago. They were all cancelled. And so, Geraldinho now has opened up a record company. He's opened up music publishing. He's now working with Sync. He had a whole bunch of Sync hits last year. So the pandemic has forced everybody to, shift the pieces around, sort of look for other revenue sources. Yeah? I did the same thing. I was doing my Brazil calling service all the time. I was able to charge in the beginning 3,000 reais, 4,000 reais to do like a 4-month project. That dropped down to 500 reais, 200 reais. I said, oh, man, I'm doing this as a hobby. And I said, I'm going to retire, man. I'm going to do something else. This is not it. Horace came along. They said, David, let's do something different, whatever. So I've now joined forces with them, with Brazil Calling and Horace, to sort of try and create something new. But yeah, the whole pandemic forced us all to, whatever, a cliche, think outside the box, do things a slightly little bit different. And it's been healthy actually in the long term for most of us.
Now, I'm looking for a link here for Horace Music. Later on, send it to me so I can put it in the YouTube channel over there so they can have that.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. It's a good introduction. It's good to see what you're feeling right now with the industry. Robert, give me your perspective on this. What's happening? Are we back or are we almost back?
Well, the thing that I like about this, seeing the silver lining in the cloud, is that we're never actually going to be back to the way it was, because the only thing that we can count on is change, and things have changed. And there's been a lot of positive changes like David and Mark were talking about. But also, in my business, in terms of lyrics, streaming, I just saw some statistic yesterday. Streaming is up 16% in Canada, and I don't think it was 20% in Germany. I was on a Canadian-German kind of webinar thing yesterday. So, the progress is happening, although people are, mostly at home. Of course, it crushed the live music field, like David was stating, and but then again, even some positives happened for the live music sectors in many countries. I'm not really sure about Brazil, because I know that Brazil's been going through a lot of political struggles. In a lot of countries, the support for the live music sector was actually there after a lot of lobbying and work, and the kind of understanding for the government that quality of life includes music, and that music as a cultural and a trade outlet needs to be supported at a different level. And the support traditionally was going to labels and publishers, or more labels really, and artists. It moved to the live sector because the live sector needed it. It was going to be demolished completely. The live sector does help streaming and everything else. It's part of music. It's a big part of music. But, for example, all the different virtual conferences, virtual meetings like this, virtual training, basically what it's done is it's kind of helped the environment also, because people are not flying so much or traveling so much, and there's less carbon emissions and all the rest of it. And people are learning how to work out of home at a much higher level, better level, and to communicate with people over these tools, including with music. I know somebody just told me about an artist who canceled his tours and did 500 days in a row of online, started with 100, ended up with 2.2 million people viewing his concerts online. And it's kind of a regional artist up in Vermont, so it's not a superstar or anything like that. Connecting over the internet at a much higher level. So the music industry has kind of maybe followed in the footsteps of, sorry about this, but the porn industry to a certain degree, because now the intimacy that's created between the artist and the viewer is online, because it couldn't be live, right? So I think that's an advantage, because that's always going to be there, and there's going to be better and better online mechanisms of increasing the interaction in every way. Of course, lyrics were shown more and searched more and asked for more with the home speakers and all that. So it was also a good year for us as well on the lyric find side. I'm also working on the .music project, so everybody being home, the internet and websites and all that were much more important. So yes, the live music world was crushed, but remember 15 years ago when the labels and the publishers were crushed because of peer-to-peer, right? So, now progress has happened, and you have your, whole world of music in your telephone or wherever, and it's getting back to where it was back there financially, and there's much greater tools and initiatives, tools, tech, etc., to actually, make a living in music and to be able to hear what you want when you want it. Disruption always creates problems, but when the problems are solved, it usually is better than what it was before, right? So you know, live music is coming back to normal, but it's not normal yet. You know, I mean, it is it's different in different countries based on the rates of COVID and the fears of people of catching COVID and the rates of vaccination as well. You know, so but people are going out. You know, I've been to a couple of clubs, you know, and you know, enjoyed live music again. I haven't been to any really big shows, but I've gone to a couple of movies also. You know, so people are actually getting out again, and also in crisis, people go to music. So every time there's a major worldwide crisis, and this is the first time that it's been truly worldwide. Even the world wars were not worldwide. This is worldwide. Even in New Zealand, which kind of became provincial and did a great job with COVID, it's still part of the world, right? So this was a worldwide crisis, and music always does better in crises, even if it's a financial crisis, because people can listen to music on their phone or whatever. The incremental cost of listening to music is nothing really. You know, it's more ubiquitous than it was before the pandemic.
Robert, I have a question. Robert, you participated in the music tectonics.
Just a bit, honestly. I don't know. Our team is actually, some of us are going out there. I'm not going on November 2nd, but I did participate a bit. I think I saw you on one of the virtual things, your avatar.
Yeah, the virtual experience, I think, was really bizarre, really interesting, but really bizarre, because your people are walking around, you're looking at people, you don't know if you can go up and kind of touch them on the shoulder and talk with them.
Virtual reality. It was what's it called? Deggy World. It was an app. So basically, you create your own avatar and you can speak to each other. Yeah, I've done it before a few times. To tell you the truth, I fucking hate it. You know, so
it doesn't. Yeah, I agree with you, Robert. It doesn't really bring the experience. You know, I mean, what we've done from our side is to try to give people what they need in terms of networking, is to basically work as matchmakers for people, connect them by email, and then, you know, sort of help to shepherd them through the process. I think that's the only thing you can do virtually, because this tapping your shoulders, do you expect like a music supervisor or an A&R executive or keynote to walk around that room? I mean, it's just unrealistic.
Yeah. What I love about you guys is that something gets thrown out there and you guys are moving at a great pace here. I mean, the subject is moving very well along. Robert, you're talking about these new connections over the internet, and you spoke about the porn industry and how people are connecting in a certain way that they're now able to connect where they wouldn't be able to connect in the real world. Right, and Mark right now talking about, you know, virtual reality or virtual rooms where people are meeting each other. Right now, a big company just changed their name like 30 minutes ago. Facebook became Meta, right? They changed their logo. They just did it right now. And at this moment, they're having their conference is going on called Connect 2021. And basically what they're talking about is having virtual reality as something that sort of substitutes for a part of our lives. And, you know, that's, I guess it's connected in a way to some of the things you're talking about, which is, you know, how the internet and how the pandemic will forever change the way we're doing business and we're thinking about reality, which is really cool. But I want to move on to something that I think you guys are, you know, really, really, really experts at. You guys are really, really good at conferences. You guys have been to like every conference on the planet. I've been to like a dozen, but you guys know like everything. And something that's very big with conferences is people who are less experienced will walk up to you and they'll say, listen, I'm at the beginning of my career and I'm trying to get things done and I'm trying to build something and create revenue and monetize my work. And you guys will give them some tips. So things have changed a little bit, but right now we're transmitting to a lot of students and other people here in Brazil mostly, who are at this stage in their career. And this is basically what a conference would be. Maybe they would be tapping you on the shoulder, but they aren't able to do it. So I'm going to ask the question they would ask, which is, I mean, right now I have a band or I'm a music producer. I work with music. I want to start out. what are the first steps? What would you guys tell me to do so I can start working and making money? And I'm young. Give me that advice that you would have given yourself when you were 18, 19, 20. Let's start off backwards now. Robert, go first.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would say is figure out who you are, what you want to do, why you want to do it, and then go for it. I mean, I would talk about life advice first as much as possible, because I think, well, business advice, you hear different things from different people. A lot of people say, don't start in the music business, forget about it, do something else, because they want to see if the people react and then do it anyway. If they do it anyway, whatever. But I talked to somebody like that last night, actually, somebody I met a few years ago. They contacted me, whatever. And it's really, you have to be clear on what your vision is, why you want to do this, who you are, what makes you sing when you get up in the morning. And I don't mean that in the musical sense, but what makes you happy, what makes you happy, and live that life to the fullest. Then, if you're really clear on you want to be in this business, right now is a great time. I mean, not only from what Mark said or what David said or what I said in terms of the business, but also because we're all in the same boat. We're all coming out of home, doing these conferences, virtual or classes or whatever, online, and it's actually a really easy time to connect to people. Mark's Sing Cafes are free, great community, great way to connect with people. A lot of the events are free. If you hit me up, if any of the students want to go to Indie Week next week, or in Peru, the event there, or the event somewhere else, there's always events happening every day, virtual events. And it's in the music community, like in life, it's all about networking. It's all about being nice to people. Derek Sivers, who started CD Baby, has some great books out. You can check them out. And it's really just common sense. Madonna called me Mr. Singerman back in the day, Well, I was her age, right? But, she was respectful, that kind of thing. So, or maybe I'm a year older or 2 years older. But, it's all about human relations, being nice, knowing what you want to do, and going for it. And networking is really a very important part of that. Derek Sivers tells a story about how he met somebody at a conference, just sitting next to him, talking about the girls in the bikinis or whatever they were talking about, just shit, and then this guy became his mentor and, one of the most important people in his life later on. He didn't even know who he was, right? So it's kind of like that. I mean, it's basically use your resources too. Do your homework, use your resources, contact us again. The best thing about the first interview I did with Mark when COVID started, it was probably like the second thing online I did. Almost two-thirds of the people contacted me afterwards. I mean, it was amazing. It was like, that's a great response. And that shows that these people care, and, that they connected, and that if you reach out to somebody, you're likely to get good results. If you're nice to people and you reach out to people and you respect their time and do it professionally, and and keep at it. A PR agent told me a great lesson. She said, I got the tape first. This was in the cassette tape times. I put it in one thing. If they contacted me again, I'd put it in, move it to the next one. If they contacted me again, I'd move to the next one. The fourth time I would listen, because they're really persistent. If they're assholes about it, then maybe not. But, boom, be persistent. I mean, persistence pays off. And, just basically, it's all human relationships and learning. I mean, they're in a music school, they're studying with you. That's the great thing. I mean, they're getting to meet people, from around the globe here and now, and take advantage of it. That's all.
I've seen how you interact with your contacts, and you're very generous with your time. So that's really cool. That's really cool,
Mm-hmm.
Robert. Let's move on. Mark, same question.
Okay, well, everything that Robert said, of course. So I'll say that to start off. The other thing I'll say is research, a lot of research. Research who your targets are, because if you're going to an event, you shouldn't be going there. It's like, I'm always reminded, I don't know if all of you are going to get this reference, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. There's a Smith song called How Soon Is Now, and in it, it's basically somebody talking about how they're going to go to a nightclub and they're going to find somebody who can really love them. But you know what they do all night? They go and they stand on their own and they go home and they're sad because they didn't get any results. Well, it's kind of like that at conferences. I've had literally, I think I've produced thousands of conferences in my life. That's no joke. And out of those thousands of conferences, I see that there are 20% of the people that actually engage and they get their work done and they get their money's worth. The other 80%, it's like they expect people to come to them, you know, and even if they try to go out to somebody, it's more of like a random approach. Like right after the panel, they go, oh, I need to talk to that person. It's as if they signed up and they didn't do their research into who are these people that are actually speaking? Why did they actually put these people on the agenda? And do any of these people look like they could be somebody I could be of service to? And I could help with what I'm doing. And that last point is really important. Being of service to the people that you're trying to connect with at conferences. You know, go in with an attitude of that, not like, oh, you know, my music is the greatest and this guy or this woman are going to just, you know, be floored by it. You don't know that, first of all. It may or may not be true. But second, do you know what this person's job is? Like, do you know what they could even do for you? And beyond that, what you and your music could do for them. And I think that that's a really important point. Like when I go to conferences, you know, I didn't have that attitude when I was younger, but when I go to conferences now, when I want to meet new people, I will be very targeted in my approach. I will try to get in touch with them beforehand. I will make an effort to show them some areas where we can engage and make it so that it's of mutual benefit from the get-go and not, you know, something where I have to spend time convincing them to take a few minutes with me. So that's the one thing that I would do differently that I didn't do.
You still do it, Mark. I got an email like that from you this morning. And that's why I was like, boom, Mark, let's jump on here.
Yep, exactly.
Wise words about humility, right? So important. Sometimes, you know, sometimes youth can be very humble and sometimes youth can be not so humble. And it's good to remember that interacting with people, you have to remember there's human skills. Very nice. Very, very cool.
Okay. A lot of people that are my age or older are filled with hubris. So it's not young people. I don't want to say it's a young old thing. There are some people I've met in the industry who some of them are very high up and they really believe in their own press. You know, I would say never be that person.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah.
David, you're next. Your 18-year-old self.
Yeah, no, I'm remembering when the first time I went to South by Southwest, I felt like a total kite-peeler, a hillbilly, sort of looking outside the window, looking, you know, oh, there's the French export office, there's the UK ones, and so on. And you know, nobody had any interest, especially in a place like South by Southwest, in working with Brazilians. Brazilians was like, oh, you guys do salsa, yeah, cumbia or something. Yeah. We don't care about that. And so, you know, we hooked up with Robert, met Robert, and Robert opened the doors for us. Yeah, friendships and networking and so on. But I remember one thing that we worked on was, rather than being like sort of the Brazil export office that we're selling and so on, and it was a hard sell to actually do it. We said, no, we're the Brazil Music Exchange. We're here to exchange ideas with people, help people from abroad who want to come into the Brazilian market. And some people got really offended and said, David, you know, we're paying your salary. What do you mean you're helping the gringos take our money, whatever, take our women? I said, no, it's networking. And once it's a little bit of love, a little bit of tenderness and so on, and you become part of the gang. I always remember, like, sort of, Scooby-Doo. He's a producer from São Paulo. Same thing, like, you know, Scooby will go to the music conferences. He'll drink the beer and so on, and have a good time. He goes home, and I see him in the evening time. He's writing down in his notebook the name of everybody. He's going on to Facebook and LinkedIn that evening, clicking, making up the links. And it's party time, but he's his business as well. He's sort of remembering, I met that guy. Because remember, so many times coming back from an event, you have a little card that's got written on it, John from Facebook, very important. And you go, why is he important? I can't remember now. There were so many people I met that day. So yeah, it's like sort of the good business head there, like sort of writing down who these people are, what they are, how important they are, and just keeping in contact all the time. Like Robert and Mark say, yeah, it's it's a network. Friendship's a network.
Yeah.
Hard work. It takes
it's like
hard
politics,
work.
You kiss babies and shake hands, and it's how it works. And it's like anything in life. If you want to be good at films or book writing or anything, basically it's a life lesson. And the more skilled you are at it, and the clearer your vision is, and then also work on your craft, of course. Deliver something undeniable.
Yeah.
If you do get 2 minutes of somebody's time to listen, make sure they go, wow, that's fucking great. That's harder, but that's what the business we're in also is about talent. So work on the craft as well as the networking, and the craft is super important. Write stuff that matters for people. Think about, how you can change people's whatever through your song, or your production, or your, how you can bring value to the music community by what you do in music, how you can actually, make things better by your life. It's kind of simple.
Also, there's one I had, like, occasions. Don't bullshit and lie. I've had so many people come up to me, have a meeting with someone. I say, man, actually, that's a great track you have there. I love that track, something, whatever. I'll send you a link. I'll send you the music. And they send nothing. You don't. So you give them your card, they have your email, whatever, but they don't send you anything. And you're going, man, why were they there?
Keep your promises is really a good one too. And like everybody, we're busy folks. David, you might miss a few promises. Mark, you might miss a few promises. I definitely miss some promises. Charles, you probably don't because you're a professor. But we drop some balls sometimes. But the thing is, if you're persistent and nice about it, we'll pick up the ball. We'll say, "Oh, I'm sorry, shit, I forgot," or whatever. But be persistent and keep your word. That's kind of another basic human lesson.
We all try hard and we all make mistakes. That's human. That's what we are.
It's part of life. Yep.
So very, very wise words. I was going to say the three wise men, which reminds me that we originally had a woman on the panel, which was Ali Silver. She's not able to be here with us today, and we ended up not promoting her name, but she was going to be with us, and we were going to have some of that female energy here, which, in my opinion, is women usually do the job better than we do, men. So I'm sad we next time we'll have maybe all female.
I did ask you, Mark, Charles, if it was okay to have Mark, because I was a little worried about the gender parity issue, but
I'm so sad.
I know Mark is great at these things, and it's really beneficial for your students, because all I got to do is check out syncsummit.com and they're in the business right then. Mark's got tons of tools, webinars, white papers, all kinds of things. So if you have a lot of students involved in Sync, I can't think of a better person to invite, really.
Exactly. No, and it's a part of the job that a lot of students they know it exists and they want to work with it, but there's just not that much information out there for them. So this is really cool. Let me move on. I have a couple other questions here, and I think we can do them. Okay, here we go. So, hypothetical. I have students. They're graduating. They want to now. Things are opening up. They can get on a plane. They can travel. They want to go out to a conference. I want to go to CMW. I want to go to MIDM. I want to go to WOMIX. I want to go to something. What would you suggest? Where do I send my kids? Where do they go for their first conference? What's best for them? South by Southwest? What would make it? What would be the best thing? Where do I send them?
I think that if they go to South by Southwest, they're going to feel like David said, the hillbilly in Portuguese, whatever. South by Southwest is huge. I think they should go to something in Porto Alegre or something in Rio or something in Sao Paulo. There's ABMI has an event with all the labels coming up, Rio Music Market. It's all the labels. It's all the independent music of Brazil. That's a good one in Rio. Sim Sao Paulo in Sao Paulo is a great event. I think they should work close, not spend so much money, not go crazy about going somewhere far away, and go small, because then they'll feel more comfortable and more comfortable and more comfortable. Then when they get to where they want to go to South by, they'll have a lot of experience and some relationships under their belt. They can go with more talking points. They can actually have have experienced that part of it. So I don't think I quite followed that thing myself either. I jumped into Probably Meetem was the first one, maybe, I don't know, but it was before South by Southwest and before CMJ in the late 70s, you know, so a long time ago. But, you know, at that time there wasn't that many conferences. Now there's a conference everywhere, every week, every day, you know, all around the world. So, you know, and do virtual stuff before they go to their first conference. So if you, you know, spend time on Mark's event or Indie Week in Canada or these other virtual events that are happening all the time, then by the time you're ready to spend the money and resource, you have something, you have a higher level to actually pitch and a different level of experience to go with, and more friends to introduce you to people, to other people at these events. It also depends on what kind of music you're in, what kind of, you know, job you have, you know, what's your focus, all that thing. So if your focus is on sync, yeah, do the sync cafe until you get the chance to go to one of Mark's conferences, you know. But you know, if you're in world music and you have a great band that's in demand and you can get it to the Seven Samurai to choose whether it gets on Womex or not in advance, yeah, go to Womex. You know, if you're Spanish oriented in singing in Spanish, maybe Bime in Bilbao. But there's, you know, there's tons of different conferences, and there's new ones all the time. I was just invited to one in Durham, North Carolina, which I've, you know, would love to go because I have a niece there and never been, and I worked a lot with North Carolina music, and boom, ticket, you know, flights, the whole thing. So it's like in March. It's late, but David Hazen is doing that, guys, for your information. But you know, right. Anyway, yeah, I mean, start small and start local, and then build. Or don't take my advice and go to one of the big ones, and you know, meet a bunch of people there. You know, because you can.
Cool. Yeah, things are opening up. A lot of people are really crazy to get on a plane, right? And maybe it's not that wise. But
vaccines work. I can tell you, I was 5.5 hours in a small space with a guy who tested positive the next day. I didn't get it. So get your vaccines. Everybody get your vaccines. Get your boosters. You know.
Yeah. I just went to Mexico 2 weeks ago. It was perfectly fine. You just pay attention to things, and you know, if you've been vaccinated or if you take care of yourself and you're not in one of the comorbidity comorbidity situations, then you're probably going to be okay. That said, people do get sick. I had a friend of mine get sick at an event who was vaccinated. He ended up okay, but you know, I would say if you take precautions, you can still go to events. However, for my events, at least until 2023, it looks like they're going to be virtual.
Wow.
Okay. And Mark, any events that you know of that you think would be cool for Brazilian producers, artists to, and this is the hypothetical, they want to get on a plane. Maybe not now, maybe 2022, maybe 2023. But what do you think would be a good first one? Where do you start?
So to attend live?
Yeah.
You know, that's a good question. I mean, there's so many moving targets right now. I don't even know if Meetem's going to be around anymore. I mean, they seem to have blanked out.
They're doing their digital thing right now, actually. Meetem digital. That's what David was on earlier.
Well, see, they're doing a bang up job promoting that then. So anyway, they're doing their digital version. Maybe next year you can go into Meetem live.
That's in June usually.
Yeah, I have a soft spot for that conference. It's a great conference, even though I'm dissing their marketing. They're great. I really love them, and I think that's one that's worth attending. Other live events in the U.S. here. I mean,
if somebody wants to go somewhere next week, they could go to Montreal. It's an in real life event as well. M for Montreal and Mondial. That's kind of world music and regular music, non-world music, whatever you call it, you know, pop music. It's a good one. It's small. They have dinners, but you know, this is a IRL in real life event that's happening in mid-November.
Cool.
That I actually might go to that one too. I don't know. They're talking about that to me, so we'll see. Yeah. So, Mark, you don't agree with my thing about starting small and starting more local, or you do?
You know what? It really depends.
Go ahead.
It really depends on the situation. I think you have to pick your targets in general. Like, what are you trying to do most in the industry? What do you want to do? You know, if you really want to get into sync, then attend an event like mine or one of one of my compatriots that also puts on a sync event, because you'll meet the right people at those events. I'd like to think that mine are the best, but there are others out there. So those are events that I would say, if you want to get into sync, go to those. If you want to take a more generalist approach and meet people from every aspect of the industry, then you can go to something like, I mean, I guess honestly, you know, Luciana's event is a good example. She actually has been doing it this week. Trends is a good, it's Brazil centric, but it's a good event to go to where you can talk about every aspect of the industry. So, you know, from my perspective, it really comes down to the way you want to approach what you're doing and who you want to speak to. I think the local events are great, Robert, but also I think that, you know, if you have more global ambitions, yeah, go to meet them and, you know, see everybody, get overwhelmed, you know, it'll be actually, you'll end up with a good experience. But my advice to people is just be very targeted no matter what events you go to.
Cool. Very cool. David?
Also, I'd put together a budget to go 3 or 4 times. You know, you go once, you go, wow, fantastic. Who are these people? What's happening here? Whatever. Second year, you go back, the novelty's gone off, and you're going to become far more focused on thinking about business and so on. So really would, think about sort of going at least 3 times to an event. Because my background in a project like the BMA, I do like groups of people organizing themselves to participate. Like you have Marquis 51 and so on. You know, a bunch of people sort of sit down together, share the costs, work out a stand or work out a showcase or whatever. And you know, we have surprise as well that can help a lot with this. I think this is very important. I think sort of going by yourself, you have to have a fair amount of money and be very brave or very macho.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm the best in the world.
Believe it or not, I consider myself a shy person. You guys have seen me on a million of these things, but and I think it's overcoming whatever your self-conception is to actually get the job done. There's a guy who I'm still really good friends with, David. He works with David now too, and I kind of helped put him back in touch with David. Baladiva, right? Who's one of the best networkers I've ever seen. He's not a shy guy from Minas Gerais, but he's got himself all over the world just because of his talent, but also because of his energy, because of how he presents himself to the world and how he works with people and all that. And when you're working as somebody who's in the support side of the music business, when you're working with somebody who just takes it on and does everything, it's like you're kind of in his wake, or their wake, because they're just doing great work, So whatever your self-conception is, get over it and be somebody different if you have to get the results. You have to meet people, you have to move your mission forward, whatever your mission is, but be clear on what your mission is, and then continue to move it forward and be inspired by it every day. And if you have something in your head saying, oh, maybe I shouldn't talk to this guy, well, say, okay, talk to him anyway. It's super important because you never know what's going to happen from it.
Yeah. I remember the big fight I would always have would be a bunch of Brazilians or a bunch of people from Porto Alegre would go to São Paulo. And a bunch from Porto Alegre would stay together, they would drink together, they would eat together, I say, fuck man, this is tourism together. Get out. Go and split up and go and meet people, check out other stuff, people, don't be just stuck together. So, get out there.
Yeah, I've seen that happen. I've seen that. Language students that go abroad also do that. They hang out with the people who speak the same language as them. Well, São Paulo is very cool, and Mando, Beladiva, right? Mando in Belo Horizonte, the other Mando, and Rio Music Market, and these, you have a lot of international people there as well. So it's local. Yep. You also have the international people. So it's local, but it's also international. That's a good tip.
They can check out CAB, which is something I created with David back 5 years ago or so, and it stood for Chile, Argentina, Brazil Music Trade Mission Tour. So it's CABMTMT.com. The joke is empty cab. Oh, it's 3:45, I guess. But empty cab, but that's a mnemonic device. So we do these things, and during the pandemic, I kind of shifted it and talked about all the different virtual conferences everywhere, because if you're home, it doesn't really matter whether the conference is in Chile, Argentina, Brazil, or Canada. It could be part of the same kind of opportunity. So if people want to check that out, and hit me up. I'm also easy to find, robert@lyricfind.com. Mark these guys give out their email addresses pretty regularly, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course.
You guys are
Mark
pretty
at
good.
Sync Summit.
Send me the links here, and I'll throw them over at a YouTube. Let's finish up. We're reaching the end of our time here. If anyone has any questions, please send them to the chat over there on YouTube. Just to finish up, we've gone from macro. We started with the pandemic, and we started moving down to more, philosophy and how to go to a conference. Let me go very, very, very specific now. A lot of people are musicians. Okay, so I'm talking about musicians. We get a lot of musicians who are thinking about releasing their music internationally, and a lot of them ask me, and I'm sure you've heard this before as well, we're singing in the native language of our country. And we feel that this is a liability, it's a problem, it's not going to help us internationally, and that we should be singing in English, or vice versa. Some people will be singing in English and they'll be saying, oh man, this is, we're not sure how this is going to work internationally. This is a very micro aspect, but you guys are very well positioned to understand how artists in this very specific international market are faring with their native language music. What are your opinions on this? If you were going to give a tip to a band and they want to have a tour, they want to tour in Europe, they want to tour in the States, and they want people to really adopt their music, at least on the local level, where they'll be touring and playing. What would your tips be for this? And then we can wrap up. Let's start with David. David, let's go backwards again.
I hate this question. Yeah, it's the important thing is that if you're going to sing in English, you've got to sing properly in English, okay?
Do you speak properly in English, David? Come on.
I have Irish accent, Brazil swingers. Yeah, I mix my words up all the time.
You do it all right.
Mainstream pop success abroad, forget it. Yeah, but then we've had Carrapicho, Tiki Tiki Tak. There's every few years Brazil puts out some song. What's whatever. There's all these different songs that take off every now and then, especially in Europe. Yeah, Europe sort of performed in Portuguese is not a big problem. I can see in the States, the success of songs sung in Spanish has opened the doors for Portuguese language songs as well. So it's not it's a really difficult one. Like I remember, what's her name, Vanessa da Mata, Cell singing Bob Marley's song on one of her albums, and the Americans loving it, and the French getting pissed off because they say, "Man, why are you singing in English? We love the sound of you singing in Portuguese." There's K-pop kids singing in mixtures of different languages. It's just got to be cool, good music, whatever. It's going to find its public.
David hates a question because he and I get in arguments about it probably.
This question is a big subject.
This question seems like a softball for me, or right down the middle to hit it out of the park, because I've been working for 18 years, Charles, as you know, on giving music subtitles. So for me, sing in whatever language you write best in. First of all, a song is about the song, what you're writing, what you're saying, what you're communicating. That's really important. Whatever language you write best in, sing in that language. It's kind of simple in terms of that for me. But for Christ's sake, translate your stuff too, so that, check it out. Emicida, you talked about Netflix and Portuguese movies and stuff. His film is all subtitled, right? And his songs are all subtitled. And we asked him, David and I at South by Southwest, sat down with him and his manager, and he translated all his Portuguese stuff into English, and it totally changed his career. He went into more world music and the music style, which was interesting, but people wrote about him in France because they can understand English in France. They can't really understand Portuguese, David, maybe a couple of words, but not not really Emacida, you know, but they could in English because they speak English more. So make sure your stuff is translated. You know, make sure you learn a couple of words of the other language in the countries that you're going to, you know, from the stage. You can do lyric translations live. It's very simple. Any place that has a screen, it's just a slideshow, you know, boom, 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 you know, every stanza. We've done it in summer stage. We've done it all over the world. It's going to be something that's done more and more and more if I have anything to say about it. You know, YouTube does the closed captioning. That's why Spanish language music has changed the game since Despacito. And YouTube did it because of my work, and it's changed the game for other languages too. Spanish English is the best AI, Google Translate. Portuguese English, I remember abraços was abrasive, you know, with the right accent, everything else, the opposite. You know, not long ago, maybe a few years ago, the opposite of hugs, right? But, you know, if you translate with human beings, and if you're singing in English in Brazil, make sure that you have some Brazilian Portuguese translations. If you're singing in Portuguese in America or in Germany or wherever else. Imuvrini, a band that sold out Bercy, 19,000 capacity in France from Corsica, used to give out in paper their lyric translations because their lyrics are important. You know, it's about social topics, it's poetry, it's, you know, if your lyrics are important, and if they're not, I don't know why you're actually writing them, but if your lyrics are important, then make sure the crowd understands what it is you're saying. I mean, Pete Seeger used to do that with the Mexican groups that he brought up and talk about, you know, what they were saying, you know. So, you know, it's, like I said, it's been my mission for 18 years. I'm pretty passionate about it, obviously. Sing what you write best. And I don't want English to be the de facto export music language. I would like to understand people like Emacida who have something to say, something brilliant to say. So whatever language you write in, just make sure it gets translated. I mean, check out Lyric Find too. That's a thing that's going to change next year. The DSPs, the service providers, are going to add lyric translations, and my mission will have been accomplished. That music has subtitles. Look at Paradise and Squid Games. You know, those were subtitled and #1 TV, #1 movie. So just follow what makes sense. You know, language is important. If you're singing a song, it's communication. You know, if you can't get it, it's like, you know, might as well just be a sound.
Wise words, wise words. Mark, what's your take on this?
Okay, I'm gonna agree with Robert up to a point. And lyrics do matter, and lyric translation is essential in live. It's absolutely essential. I've been a fan and a supporter in every way that I can of what Robert has been trying to do, because the fact is, I deal with a lot of artists from outside of the English-speaking market as clients. I deal with their labels, their management companies, various Indian languages, Japanese, Thai, Korean, and, you know, all of these acts. I think that, you know, it really comes down to, you know, what is the feel of their music that's going to make it or not make it for them internationally. And I'll say this is for any artist that's coming in from a different market. What is the feel of your music? Does your music, from a feel perspective, connect with people? You know, when you think about Brazilian music, Bossa Nova really connected with people at the time that it came out. So much so that people really didn't care so much about they didn't care first about the lyrics. They cared about the feel. Then they wanted the lyrics.
Older than you, Mark. I would disagree with you on that one, because I used to read the liner notes of Bossa Nova records.
Of course you did, yes. But when somebody heard, I look, I
know what you mean about the feel, though. The feel on a subconscious level. Yeah.
Exactly. Level, and, you know, but I will tell you why the feel matters, okay, for me now, is that I deal with two types of music a lot. One is K-pop and one is J-pop, okay? Now, Korean music, they will use a mix of English and Korean. Sometimes it'll be all in English, but a lot of the times it's purely in Korean, the entire song. Japanese music, they'll do the same. Some will be all in English, some will be a mix, some will be all in Japanese. BTS doesn't always sing in English, but they've had a number of #1s in the US market, and there's more reasons than just the music. But it starts off with a feel. The feel of the music was something that resonated with people in the international market, because they did their homework on who they were trying to reach, and they produced music that would be sonically interesting, that would be enjoyable for people who weren't in their market. On the Japanese side, I deal with literally some of the biggest groups in Japan. And, we can't really get them a huge amount of success because the sound is so Japanese. It isn't something that's that has mass appeal internationally. And I'll just end this by saying, I went in 1 week to see two bands that I work with. One's called Perfume, it's a Japanese band. The other one's called Blackpink, and you probably know Blackpink, a Korean band, both in New York. Perfume played in the venue. That was filled, but it was for 3,000 people. Blackpink played in a stadium of 35,000 people, had Dua Lipa on stage and a whole bunch of other stuff, went between languages back and forth, etc. And the reason why they're so successful is because they made the effort to create music that would appeal to international markets. So I think that's a really important consideration. Think about who it is that's going to listen to your music.
It sounds controversial. I mean, David starts saying he hates this question, and then we have some dynamic, and this is the kind of thing that maybe at a conference, we would be sitting around a table at a bar somewhere, right, at a conference somewhere like in Europe, and we'd be screaming over the table, but would be a good argument. This is a great subject.
Maybe it's like I've been listening to a few songs recently, Brazil rock songs performed in English. And I really hate it.
Okay.
It just doesn't sound natural. It just sort of the way the guy's expressing himself is just not there.
David, I get the same thing.
I understand the gene and so on. The guy wants to be a success abroad. Yeah, he's thinking, because the Brazilian music market doesn't respect his music, so singing in English. But it's just not a naturally good feeling when I'm listening to it.
I sort of agree with you, David. Sort of agree with you.
And my feeling about it is also, what is that artist saying? If they're saying, because Bob Dylan, Tom Waits, Lydia Lunch, not exactly the best voice, Mick Jagger, not exactly the best voices in the world, but they were saying something. They had a personality. They were saying something in English, and even Psy in Korean, right? I mean, but "Sexy Lady" was there, and it was a Benny Benassi tune basically. It wasn't even his, it was a house music song from the 80s or whatever. But the video was so strong, he was laughing at rich people and himself so much that it actually covered. And anywhere on the web, there were lyric translations of it, as there are of Blackpink and the J-pop and Perfume and everything else. Illegal, non-monetized, non-authorized even.
Even now, we don't have Lyric Find doing Perfume songs.
I'm not sure, Mark. We can talk about that afterwards. I think so. I'm not sure. It depends on who the publisher is. Who's their publisher?
Controversial. We get into some cool arguments here. Garota de Ipanema, the girl from Ipanema, right? There's one that's sung in English by a non-native.
I listened to my parents had a lot of Brazilian records. They all had lyric translations on the back, or almost all of them. So, why? David taught me this actually. Why? Because the lyricists in Brazil were different from the musicians. They were the intellectuals, the revolutionaries. Remember, Brazil was fascism, with a lot of this, and they were singing songs that really made a difference. And they wanted the international market to understand their songs, because Bossa Nova wasn't a cheap song. It was also, it was about political consciousness and social consciousness. It was kind of the hip hop or the, jazz, blues, whatever of the day with meaning. So the Brazilian lyricists were actually different and wrote songs that were important, and they wanted their songs translated. So be profound, say something important.
On that note, we're gonna conclude with some passion. See that? We finished with a passionate argument about language and about songs and things that really touch us as human beings. I'm so happy to have you guys here. Thank you so much, Mark, Robert, David. I'm your fan. I'm a big fan. You guys know what you're talking about, and it's just so cool to have you with us.
Yeah.
I hope to have you again in the future. Okay. And
absolutely.
So thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And if you guys could just hang out, we're gonna close the camera now. Just hang out. We can chat very quickly after we close the curtain. But I'm gonna go over Portuguese. Hang on.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Pessoal, nós vamos desligar agora. Até mais para vocês. A gente se fala às 6 horas da tarde. O próximo bate-papo, Marília Fakes. A gente vai estar falando sobre o mercado brasileiro e a introdução de artistas usando cases e a experiência de Marília. Eu vejo vocês daqui a pouco de novo. Fiquem por aí, 6 horas da tarde, mais um bate-papo. Legal ter esses caras incríveis aí batendo um papo conosco e eles voltam no futuro. Até mais, pessoal. Abraços para todos. Até daqui a pouco. Boa noite, pessoal. Aqui é o Charles de novo com vocês. O último bate-papo, na verdade, vai ser uma palestra, temos uma convidada ilustre para falar sobre um assunto bem legal, para fechar o nosso segundo dia de Semana Sigmund 14. E temos aqui Marília Faix, que já trabalhou com Ipanema, trabalha com rádio ainda, tem um podcast maravilhoso chamado Lampeja Música. Tem um trabalho muito, muito bacana. Estudou. Opa, peraí, eu tô com um negócio aberto aqui. Que estudou Music Business na Europa, em Londres, eu acho, né, Marília?
Isso.
Então, a gente tem uma pessoa ilustre aqui, que eu estou muito feliz de ter ela conosco. Já falou em outras Semanas Sigmund, umas muito tempo atrás, por sinal. Acho que na quarta Semana Sigmund, segunda, uma daquelas iniciais, que foi muito lá na Unicinos, no campus Porto Alegre. Então, Marília, bem-vinda. Que bom que tu está aqui. Um prazer te ter aqui, né? Estou muito feliz. E eu vou te deixar nas mãos dessa gurizada muito bacana. E eu volto mais tarde com as perguntas. Pessoal, perguntas lá no chat, tá? E com as perguntas da gurizada, tá bom?
Tá bom, muito obrigada, professor Charles. É sempre uma honra para mim ser convidada por ti e participar da Semana Sigmund. Eu nem sei quantas eu já participei também, foram muitas. Sou muito fã desse projeto. Obrigada, sempre. E sempre fico nervosa, porque é muita responsabilidade, mas vamos lá. Espero que todo mundo esteja bem aí. Uma boa noite para vocês, sejam bem-vindas e bem-vindos. Eu acho que para vocês poderem fazer perguntas e para a gente começar esse papo, eu vou contar um pouquinho mais detalhadamente da minha história. Eu comecei a minha trajetória como jornalista musical há 15 anos, na Rádio Ipanema, que, para quem não conhece, o pessoal mais novinho talvez não conheça, é uma rádio que era considerada a rádio dos loucos, era a rádio que já trabalhava com música independente brasileira desde aquela época, né? Tem uma rádio que hoje teria 35, 36 anos. E em 2006 eu entrei lá como estagiária e abriu-se um mundo assim de possibilidades em relação à música que eu nunca imaginei que eu veria, assim, né? Comecei a entender como é que funcionava esse ecossistema e como é que funcionava esse mercado. Principalmente também na área do jornalismo, da comunicação, né? Da editoria, como é que se escolhe entre um artista e outro na curadoria dos programas. E isso foi muito enriquecedor para mim e muito legal. Eu cheguei a ser coordenadora de programação lá da Rádio Ipanema e acompanhei muitas mudanças na rádio. A rádio fazia parte do grupo Bandeirantes e depois ela fechou, né? Antes dela fechar, me mudei para Londres e aí lá eu fiz especialização em Music Business e fui DJ residente de música brasileira em 2 casas noturnas, uma chamada Guanabara e a outra chamada Spiritual Bar, que era um lugar incandental onde eu criei minha própria festa que se chamava Technicolor. E lá eu também só tocava música brasileira. Também tive um programa de rádio numa rádio chamada Bang Radio, 103.6, hoje em dia é The Beat London, lá na Inglaterra. O programa chamava-se Tropicalia, era eu e um inglês. E era um desafio, né? Porque eu tinha que falar aquele meu inglês de brasileira e falar sobre música brasileira para ingleses. E até minha chefe, eu ficava um pouco insegura para falar, e a minha chefe dizia: a gente quer o teu inglês brasileiro, fala como tu fala inglês, que isso dá mais legitimidade ao programa, né? Porque é uma brasileira falando de música brasileira. Então, aos poucos, eu fui quebrando esses medos, assim, né? Mas foi um período muito importante de crescimento e de aprendizagem de música numa indústria, assim, né? Porque esse curso, além das aulas eu ter aproveitado até hoje, elas também me mostraram coisas que até hoje eu percebo que são importantes e relevantes no mercado, né? Entre as coisas que eu acho que a gente pode pensar bastante é que aqui, principalmente em Porto Alegre, ainda há muito que se profissionalizar, né, no nosso mercado da música. A gente vê muitos artistas autoproduzidos, o que eu acho que é super bacana, e eu acho que também é uma maneira de chamar atenção no mercado, né? Se você sabe se produzir bem, você acaba chamando a atenção de um empresário daqui a pouco, ou de um assessor de imprensa, e pode começar um trabalho interessante. Mas eu não acho que seja uma tarefa muito fácil, a pessoa tem que ser muito múltipla para se autoproduzir, né? Para ser uma pessoa que consegue, além de fazer sua música, de compor, divulgar, distribuir, fazer toda a parte burocrática, que são muitas, exigem-se muitos detalhes, né? Então, quem consegue e faz bem, eu bato palma, porque não é fácil, né? Mas, ao mesmo tempo, com a falta de recursos e com a dificuldade que o nosso mercado tem, né, principalmente para quem está começando, Eu acho que a gente aprende fazendo, se interessando pelas coisas e fazendo como a gente pode, perguntando, né? Eu ajudei a fundar o selo Loop Discos junto com o Eduardo Santos, e eu me lembro que eu tinha que fazer assessoria de imprensa, e não era a minha área. E aí, o que eu fiz? Eu procurei os melhores e-mails de assessoria de imprensa que eu conhecia, das melhores jornalistas, e meio que imitava, assim, literalmente, pegava os mesmos termos, usava aquilo ali como se fosse uma base, e escrevia um e-mail meio parecido, assim, até a introdução do que a pessoa dizia. E eu comecei a perceber que isso começou a funcionar, e os jornalistas me respondiam, tinham um resultado, né? Outra coisa que eu acho importante, que é legal da gente pensar para o artista, que isso é uma coisa que eu aprendi lá em Londres, que o professor falou: criem, se vocês não têm condições de ter um assessor de imprensa, inventem um e-mail de outra pessoa, ou criem um e-mail contato@fulano, para poder mandar e-mail para o jornalista, porque sempre não que seja um problema, mas o ideal não é que o artista entre direto em contato com o jornalista, ou com o radialista, ou para a divulgação do seu trabalho, porque isso acaba deixando o jornalista um pouco constrangido, assim, né? Já me aconteceu muito, acontece ainda hoje, de artistas me pedirem uma reunião para mostrar o seu trabalho. Aí eu tenho que ouvir a música ali com ele me olhando no rosto, e eu tenho que dizer no final o que eu achei. Isso aqui, como é que eu vou? É muito complicado tu dizer para a própria pessoa o que tu achou da música, né? Assim, fica uma situação meio constrangedora. E isso se expande também para e-mails, para combinações. Eu acho que sempre que tiver alguém para fazer essa interface para o artista, é mais interessante, é mais legal. Até para ter, às vezes assessoras de imprensa me mandam discos, eu digo, esse eu não achei tão o perfil do meu programa, que atualmente eu tenho um programa na FM Cultura, que é o Lampeja Música. Isso não quer dizer que a música é melhor ou pior, né? Isso quer dizer que tem a ver com aquela curadoria. E é muito importante também vocês entenderem, como artista ou como empresário de uma banda, na área que vocês estiverem atuando da música, né? Que não é só uma questão de interpretar número e big data e dados, né? Vocês têm que saber ter um olhar emocional, um olhar mais cuidadoso, de perceber, por exemplo, o que aquele veículo de comunicação trabalha ou o que aquele programa faz. Não adianta querer que uma música de rock toque no Lampeja Música se o Lampeja Música, que é o meu programa, não toca rock. Então, não é uma coisa que pode ser a melhor música de rock do mundo, mas não vai tocar porque não é o perfil. E vai tocar, talvez, em veículos muito maiores e mais atraentes para esse público, porque é lá que a música deve estar, né? Então, sempre ter esse olhar, assim, de quem é o meu público, com quem que eu estou falando, né? Hoje em dia, infelizmente, os artistas acabam tendo que ser influenciadores também, né? E se comunicar e ter essa questão fortíssima das redes sociais, que eu sou meio contra, mas que a gente fica meio refém, né? Então, tem que fazer o Instagram, tem que fazer, mas sempre com legitimidade, da maneira que vocês acreditam, né? Que funcione, que tenha a ver com a cara de vocês e que traga sinceridade, né? Eu acho que isso é o mais importante. Eu não sei se vocês têm perguntas, eu não estou vendo aqui, professor Charles. Se vierem perguntas, me passem, eu sou super interrompível. Vou adorar receber perguntas também. E, bom, continuando então na minha trajetória de trabalho, quando eu voltei de Londres, eu comecei a apresentar o programa Make Some Noise na Rádio Ipanema, que até então não tinha fechado ainda. E aí eu trabalhava com artistas nacionais e internacionais, depois eu comecei a ser chamada para cobrir eventos como Lollapalooza e Rock in Rio para Noise, e me tornei depois editora da Noise, do site do clube de vinil Noise Record Club. Lá eu trabalhei com grandes artistas da música brasileira e também internacionais, entrevistei bandas como Blur, Black Keys, Marisa Monte, Baby do Brasil, Caetano Veloso. Foi uma experiência também bem legal, e a Noise tinha também um perfil de entrar bastante nesse mercado da música brasileira independente, que é o que a gente está falando aqui. E a gente sempre primou por ir na casa dos artistas para entrevistar, porque a entrevista fica bem mais íntima, mais interessante, né? Uma das mais bonitas que eu fiz foi com a Lineker, que eu conheci a casa dela, as plantas, o cachorro, todo o entorno da vida dela, assim, né? Isso faz uma diferença bem grande. E essa verdade que ela traz, que eu acho que é o mais importante para o artista, né? Não fazer o que está na moda ou o que é para fazer o que acredita, falar do que sente, às vezes falar da tua rua, falar do teu bairro, falar do bar que tu vai toda semana, dos sentimentos que tu tem por alguém. né, essas verdades sempre são válidas e eu acho que são que fazem uma música crescer e aparecer, né, e tocar as pessoas, né, que afinal de contas é isso que a gente quer, emocionar, a música é feita para isso, né. E aí depois eu também trabalhei na Rádio Unicinos, que já não existe mais, mas foi uma experiência muito bacana na gestão do Porã. Fiquei 1 ano na Rádio Unicinos apresentando o Desacelere, junto com o alemão Vitor Hugo e com o Jimmy Joey, que foi um encontro de gerações bem interessante também, porque eles são, né, dinossauros do jornalismo musical e da pesquisa, e eu aprendi imensamente com eles, e também essa coisa de comunicar todos os dias ao vivo foi muito legal numa rádio prestigiada como a Unicinos. Depois eu fui para o Super Player, que é uma empresa de música e tecnologia, que faz parte do mesmo grupo do iFood e da Simpla, e lá eu era editora de conteúdo, criava podcasts e projetos ligados à música, e fazia curadoria para rádio do Bradesco, da Azul, dos aviões da Azul, e diversas marcas. Era uma empresa que fazia música para ambientes também, e estava entrando no ramo de podcasts, eu ajudei a fundar alguns junto a eles. E atualmente também faço parte do coletivo Rádio Libres, que é dedicado a infundir e propagar a música brasileira, trazendo à superfície nomes relevantes da produção musical nacional que não chegam às grandes mídias, que esse, na verdade, é meu grande objetivo de vida. Eu misturo no Lampeja, meu programa de rádio, até para vocês conhecerem melhor, é lampejamusica.com.br. Eu tento colocar artistas conhecidos junto a artistas bem em começo de carreira que estão lançando sua primeira música, para gerar essa misturinha e meio que enganar o público, assim, né? Tu ouve uma música que tu conhece, porque sempre é mais acalentadora, sempre mais interessante. É difícil ouvir uma música nova, né? Acho que para todo mundo. O nosso cérebro gosta de reconhecer algo que já ouviu, né? Isso a gente estuda em rádio a vida toda, e também para fazer playlists. Então, eu acabo tentando colocar o Caetano Veloso em uma banda que começou faz 1 semana aqui em Porto Alegre, ou do interior de Pelotas. Trabalho com os selos, faço comunicação com os selos daqui, né, do interior também, tipo Escápula Records, tento fazer essas interfaces com eles, divulgar os festivais aqui de Porto Alegre e do Rio Grande do Sul, que eu acho que é o papel muito importante, né, que a gente tem, valorizar o que a gente tem aqui e não ficar só olhando para fora, assim, né. Meu desejo de trabalhar com música brasileira sempre teve a ver com isso também, né. Primeiro por eu acreditar muito na nossa sonoridade, na riqueza rítmica e cultural da nossa música, e também porque, pô, eu não vou ficar aqui fazendo nada contra, gosto muito de música estrangeira, mas eu acho que a música daqui tem muito a oferecer, né, e a gente ficar com esse pensamento colonizado não é tão legal, né? É legal a gente olhar para o que a gente tem no nosso entorno. E esse período que eu trabalhei na Noise foi muito interessante também, porque eu fui convidada para festivais no Brasil todo, né? Eu estive no Serrasgo, não sei se alguém aí já foi, é um festival que acontece em Belém do Pará, no meio da floresta amazônica, e que é genial, a curadoria é genial. Foi a primeira vez que eu vi o Baiana System, lá no comecinho da carreira deles, no primeiro disco, e uma coisa que me impactou muito também foi não só as apresentações, que foram muito bonitas, a curadoria, que foi maravilhosa, a pluralidade dos artistas, assim, né? Tinha gente muito vanguardista que misturava música eletrônica com carimbó, com tudo que vocês podem imaginar, mas o público muito interessado, assim, né? Um público muito diverso e interessado, e que dançava muito e que se entregava muito às músicas, que eu acho que aqui a gente tem um pouco menos isso, né? O gaúcho é um pouco mais na sua, assim, né? Inclusive, eu falo por mim, assim, né? Eu não sou uma pessoa que dança tanto, que se empolga tanto nos shows, e lá eu vi isso muito forte, uma energia, assim, um amor pela música muito forte. Não dizendo que isso é melhor ou pior, mas apenas uma observação, algo que eu senti lá, assim, né? Que, por exemplo, em São Paulo também não tem tanto. E uma coisa que eu recomendo muito a vocês também é irem a festivais, né? De música dentro na medida do possível e das condições financeiras de vocês, porque também não é barato, né? Mas a gente tem alguns legais aqui no Rio Grande do Sul, né? E também no Brasil e também no mundo. O Charles eu já encontrei, inclusive, no Sim São Paulo, que é um que eu vou todo ano. Agora, com a pandemia, não tá rolando, né? Mas ele rola online também. E é legal de assistir as palestras, é legal de fazer contatos, né? Sempre que vocês puderem colocar um rosto no nome é ótimo, né? Encontrar as pessoas pessoalmente Agora, se tudo der certo, essa pandemia vai se amenizar. Então, na medida do possível, fazer contatos é algo também essencial na cadeia produtiva da música. Uma coisa que eu sempre me lembro também, lá da época de Londres, que os empresários das bandas falavam assim, eles foram legais contigo quando eu entrevistar as bandas. Eu tive um programa também na rádio da Katia Suman, na Rádio Elétrica, e aí eu entrevistava bandas inglesas para divulgar no programa, era This is England o nome do programa, e aí eu entrevistava bandas inglesas em turnê na Inglaterra, para a rádio aqui do Brasil. E aí eles sempre me perguntavam depois, eles foram legais contigo, foram educados, te trataram bem? Para eles isso é super importante, assim, né? E é isso, né? Eu acho que a música independente, ou a música que... independente, quando eu digo independente, eu acho que para a gente categorizar, assim, seriam as bandas que não são assinadas pelas grandes gravadoras, que são a Universal, né, a Sony e a Warner, ou seus subselos, como a Columbia, que é da Sony, ou a Polydor, que é da Universal. Existem muitos subselos, né, no mundo. E quando eu me refiro a isso, eu me refiro a independente ou de pequenos selos, né, ou independentes mesmo, autoproduzidos, que eu acredito que seja o caso de algumas pessoas que que estão nos assistindo agora. Eu não sei se vocês conhecem o relatório da ABMI, que é a Associação Brasileira de Música Independente. Eles fizeram um relatório agora em 2020, agora no passado, né? E a gente entende o grau de concorrência vendo que o Spotify recebe cerca de 40 mil músicas por dia. É um número muito alto, né? Então a concorrência pelos ouvidos das pessoas é muito grande. Eu, como jornalista, eu recebo, por exemplo, sei lá, 20 e-mails por dia com bandas novas, né? De tudo que é canto. E eu não dou conta de ouvir, né? Esse é o meu trabalho. Imagina quem não trabalha com isso, né? As pessoas acabam ouvindo muito a mesma coisa e achar pessoas interessadas em música nova e se promover é sempre um desafio, né? Então, é muito importante saber se desenvolver, se divulgar e conhecer o seu público e ir atrás do seu público também, né? Uma outra maneira de fazer isso é procurar artistas relacionados a ti, que trabalham com um público parecido, ir atrás desse público, né? Eu não sei se vocês estão, quem é artista, se está no Spotify for Artists, que pode, por ali dá para ter uma boa métrica, né? Bons dados sobre como a tua música está repercutindo na plataforma que é a mais ouvida em música, né, do mundo, o Spotify. Depois acho que é a Amazon, e depois vem o Deezer, depois vem o Tidal, né? Então, e outro dado que eu achei interessante, essa informação do relatório da ABMI vocês acham no site abmi.com.br, e aí a análise de mercado independente. Lá tem essas informações que eu estou me referindo aqui. Um dado que eu achei importante e interessante também trazer para vocês é que 53% do destaque, dos 200 destaques do catálogo do Spotify de 2020 são de artistas independentes. Então, olha que fatia, né? Mais da metade dos artistas que ali aparecem são de artistas independentes. Então, existe esse espaço, né? É claro que está todo mundo se acotovelando para mostrar o seu trabalho, mas eu acho que ainda existem pessoas interessadas em música nova e festivais e curadorias que trazem isso e que querem isso, né? Porque artista novo é tendência, né? Sempre é algo legal, né? A gente gosta, eu pelo menos adoro, às vezes eu não dou conta de ouvir tudo que aparece, mas gostaria de ter ouvido tudo que aparece de novo. Desde a época da Ipanema, o alemão Vitor Hugo me dava os discos das bandas que chegavam novas para eu ouvir e dizer para ele quais que eram legais e tal. A gente sempre teve essa preocupação. Um veículo de comunicação que se preze, né, de música, tem que ouvir as coisas novas, por mais que não conheça. O que mais que eu tenho a dizer para vocês? Entre os projetos também que eu estou fazendo agora, a Lampeja é uma produtora de, eu brinco, né, projetos sonoros incandescentes. Eu estou fazendo nesse momento um projeto de aulas online para Temis, que é uma ONG de direitos das mulheres que existe há mais de 25 anos. E aí é para trabalhadoras domésticas, se chama Trabalhadoras Domésticas com Direitos. Aí eu ilustro musicalmente os podcasts, por exemplo, falar sobre violência contra a mulher, eu tenho uma música da Rosa Soares, eu contextualizo e é tudo pelo WhatsApp. Isso é para dar um exemplo, assim, né, de como a gente pode inventar coisas no mercado da música, né, e criar conteúdos que talvez não sejam aqueles que a gente está imaginando. Não precisa ser um podcast só no Spotify, a gente pode pensar em maneiras diferentes de divulgar as coisas, de fazer conteúdos para diferentes públicos, né? E chegar no público que vocês querem, acho que é o mais importante, né? O trabalho de formiguinha também eu acho essencial. Uma coisa que eu adoro, por exemplo, é artistas que tu começa a seguir, eles te mandam uma mensagem bem pessoal, assim: oi, fulana, tudo bem? Fiquei feliz que você está me seguindo. Gostaria de saber como a tua música como a minha música te impactou, o que tu achou do meu disco. Isso traz uma intimidade, e aquele conhecimento 1 a 1 que é muito importante, né, entre artista e seu público. E eu acho que esse cuidado de tentar entender o que as pessoas estão achando da tua música e de tentar chegar no teu público é essencial, seja um por um, mandando mensagem de WhatsApp para um por um: oi, tudo bem? Aqui é o fulano, estou te enviando meu clipe, espero que você goste, sabe? Esse tipo de contato pessoal, olho no olho, dentro do possível agora na pandemia, eu acredito ainda que faz toda a diferença. E um bom assessor de imprensa, isso eu sempre falo, ou assessora de imprensa, porque eu acho essencial. Eu não sei também, uma boa distribuidora, né, também é algo importante. Eu não sei, eu caí, Charles?
Não, eu apareci aqui porque eu tenho uma pergunta lá do chat e, na verdade, está falando sobre assessoria de imprensa.
Sim.
Me veio que é um bom momento de falar sobre isso, na verdade. A Gabi Lima está aqui, contribuindo aqui no chat lá do YouTube.
Legal.
E ela levantou aqui, talvez, falar um pouquinho sobre dicas para artistas independentes apresentarem um single para a imprensa sem ter assessoria. E eu sei que essa é uma das tuas áreas de especialidade. A gente tem várias pessoas em Porto Alegre que fazem isso muito bem.
Uhum.
E como é que alguém que está começando, ou que não tem, talvez nem está começando, mas não tem um profissional que sabe fazer isso bem, como é que se aproxima, como é que faz o approach?
Eu já tive, por exemplo, um approach que eu adorei, que uma menina fez comigo, foi me mandar um e-mail super pessoal, assim, tipo: oi, Marília, tudo bem? Eu conheço teu trabalho. Primeiro ela me mostrou que sabia com quem ela estava falando, né? Porque que era um e-mail personalizado. Não adianta, né? Se a pessoa não te chama pelo nome, não te manda um e-mail mais querido, assim, mais para todo mundo, né? Isso, a gente recebe milhões de e-mails por dia, né? Então, e aí ela foi contando por que que era o primeiro trabalho dela, que ela queria me mostrar do que ela estava conversando, sobre o que ela falava na música. E aí esse e-mail e esse carinho, entre aspas, assim, né, esse cuidado para escrever o e-mail, é que eu levo muito em conta o e-mail bem escrito, assim, eu acho que é bonito, é importante. E parecia uma carta, assim, o e-mail dela. E era ela falando sobre ela mesma, assim, né? E aí me fez ouvir a música, eu gostei, e ela foi destaque do programa, por exemplo. E depois indiquei ela até agora para o WMI como artista revelação. Não vou citar nomes aqui, mas é um exemplo, assim, né, que eu acho que faz diferença, assim, né? Essa semana também, um cara que eu nunca tinha ouvido falar na vida me escreveu um e-mail mais pessoal, assim, conversou um pouco comigo no e-mail, foi educado, querido, assim, e aí eu respondi e vou tocar também a música dele no meu programa, também porque eu gostei, né? Não basta só porque tem a ver com a curadoria do meu programa, né? E eu acho que saber, como eu disse antes ali, saber quais são os canais que se interessariam pela tua música é o primeiro passo, né? Fazer essa pesquisa prévia, né? A minha música se adequa a quais veículos de comunicação? Quais jornalistas se identificariam com a minha música? Ou quais comunicadores, né?
Isso parece um processo bem do que um assessor faria, assim, essa é a estratégia, né? Esse é o plano, esse é assim que faz.
Um plano de comunicação, né?
O pessoal agora, antes de ti, o Robert, o Mark e o David, estavam falando da importância de tu não ter, né, medo de se aproximar a potenciais contatos. E tu simplesmente fazer, tu vai lá de uma forma simpática, o Mark falou de como tu mostrar para a pessoa que tu tem alguma relevância no contexto da pessoa que está falando, né? E que tu é relevante e chegar de forma... E não ter medo de falar. Tu acha que é por aí também?
Com certeza, eu acho que o que eu não gosto, que eu falei antes, é aquela coisa assim: ouve minha música e diz o que tu acha. Isso eu acho que é deselegante, assim, não faria. Mas marcar um café com alguém para conversar, eu acho maravilhoso, assim. pode ser um artista com um jornalista, pode ser sempre que tiver a oportunidade de fazer uma conversa olho no olho, né? Agora que a pandemia está diminuindo, se Deus quiser vai diminuir cada vez mais, ou fazer uma ligação de vídeo para contar um pouco sobre o seu trabalho, para pedir algumas sugestões, eu acho super importante. E acho que isso faz toda a diferença, assim, a vida toda eu fiz isso, né? Lá em Londres eu marcava isso, uma coisa que meu professor de lá falava, assim, tu tem que mandar e-mail e marcar um café, vai lá. Tipo, eu ia morrendo de medo, mas ia, né? Às vezes com uns caras super grandões, assim. Mas se tu não dá a cara para bater, não adianta, né? Assim, tem que ir nos festivais, esses festivais que são mais ligados a networking também, é legal, né? Assim,
não quero cortar teu fluxo de pensamento, só queria me jogar aqui por causa que recebi ali, tô vendo que a Gabi tá com essa curiosidade aqui no chat. Mas uma coisa que eu só vou, né, antes de desaparecer assim, brevemente de novo, para não me meter muito.
Fica, eu tô gostando, pode ficar.
Então eu fico. Mas é uma coisa muito que os alunos perguntam e tem dúvida, e que é importante para os alunos e as alunas, é esse planejamento de comunicação. Então, quais são as etapas? Tu vai pensar em como comunicar o teu trabalho para não só para a imprensa, para informar a imprensa, mas também, né, utilizar a mídia social. Uma coisa que o Frank faz muito bem, né, e fala muito sobre o uso de mídia social. E então, eu acho que a pergunta que eu tenho é: que dica isso daria se tu tivesse que falar como que se faz em poucos minutos? Como que se faz um plano de comunicação? O que tu sugeriria? Senta no próximo papel e escreve o quê? Em que direção a pessoa vai? É um tópico complexo, mas como é que tu ajuda as pessoas com isso?
Sim. Eu acho que, em primeiro lugar, o artista tem que saber aonde que ele quer chegar, né? Porque sucesso é uma palavra muito relativa, né? Assim, às vezes sucesso é conseguir tocar num lugar pequeno que as pessoas estejam amando aquela música ali e conectadas contigo de verdade, né? Então é muito saber o que tu quer e aonde tu quer chegar. O meu sonho é tocar no Lollapalooza, então eu vou fazer tudo que eu puder para chegar lá. Então, que tipo de público você tem que chegar? Com quem você tem que falar? Quais são... Eu acho que assessor de imprensa, para quem tiver a oportunidade de contratar um bom assessor de imprensa, faz toda a diferença. Acho que, como eu estava dizendo ali, o artista autoproduzido é mais... Eu sempre acho que vai ser mais difícil, mas não é impossível. E também, através de um bom trabalho, acaba que conquista o seu entourage, né? Outras pessoas para trabalhar junto. Mas eu acho que é assim, ter um conceito, né? Assim, ter algo a dizer, né? É muito importante na música, assim, além de ter uma sonoridade legal, que a letra tenha algo a dizer, que a sua música comunique. Inclusive a imagem do artista é muito importante, né? Tem que ter boas fotos, tem que ter um bom release, tem que saber falar sobre si mesmo, tem que treinar para dar entrevista, porque se te chamam para uma entrevista, tem que saber falar, né? Eu me lembro lá na Loop Discos que a gente treinava os artistas, possíveis perguntas que podem te fazer. Aí eles já treinavam para responder, assim, isso eu acho super importante, porque às vezes dá um branco, né? Para quem nunca falou em público, para quem nunca deu uma entrevista, também é importante isso. Uma coisa que eu nunca me esqueço, essa questão da imagem, que é super importante para artistas, né? A vida toda sempre vai ser, porque tu fica ali horas olhando para aquele palco e aquele palco tem que estar te atraindo, tem que ser interessante, né? Lá em Londres, eu me lembro que eu fui num festival com 2 empresários que estavam procurando bandas para assinar. Eles só falavam, terminavam o show, eles falavam assim: Have you checked the hair? Have you checked the fringe? Ok. Tipo, isso aí, era meio irônico isso, assim, né? Mas eles estavam sempre analisando a imagem das pessoas ali, né? Dos artistas. Viu como é que ele mexia a franja? Viu como é que ele mexia o cabelo? Viu como é que ele... Então, assim, ter um cuidado 360, assim, né? Desde a hora que tu sobe no palco, depois quando tu sai, fazer questão de conversar com as pessoas, ser legal, né? Ser legal com todo mundo, né? Com os teus possíveis fãs, com as pessoas que estão conhecendo o teu trabalho. E no plano de comunicação, eu sempre sugiro, se possível, contratar um profissional, imitar outros também, que é algo que é aquilo que eu falei antes, né? Peguei um e-mail que uma assessora de imprensa que eu gosto muito é a Bebel Prates, por exemplo, eu acho ela perfeita. E aí eu pego, se eu vou fazer uma coisa de imprensa, eu dou uma olhada no que ela faz, assim, né? Normalmente ela contrata alguém para escrever o release e ela faz só a introdução, mas ela já tem um mail muito certeiro, assim, muito da exclusividade de certos temas para alguns jornalistas. E E ela faz um trabalho de relacionamento também, né? Ela fala com a gente pelo WhatsApp, conhece todo mundo há muito tempo. E tudo é trajetória, né? Também o fato de daquela pessoa já ter uma entrada com jornalistas, já ter uma entrada com comunicadores e já ter experiência de mercado faz toda a diferença, né? Mas acho que saber quem se é e saber para aonde quer chegar ajuda muito. E artistas relacionados, assim, né? Meu som é tipo de tal e tal e tal e tal artista, então quem sabe eu vou apontar mais para esse lado, né? Veículos que falam mais sobre isso.
Falou sobre imagem, falou sobre redação, falou sobre media coaching, as áreas que tu conhece, né? Que tu trabalha, muito legal isso. E tá me começando a parecer que tu tá falando sobre um press kit, um EPK. Então, explica para o pessoal, porque eu né, não acho que eu nunca fiz um press kit na vida, mas já trabalhei com muitas pessoas que fizeram press kits. Explica para nós o que é um press kit e como é que a gente deveria de montar.
Bom, na verdade tem que ter, eu acho que o artista tem que ter que abrir o casaco e ter todas as opções, assim, né, para o que o público quiser e puder, dentro das possibilidades financeiras disso e também fazendo parcerias, né. Agora, esse disco do Amarante, eu entrevistei ele agora há pouco, o Rodrigo Amarante de Los Hermanos, ele está lançando em vinil e em fita cassete. E aí tem em streaming, e daí tem em CD, e aí tem milhares de formatos, assim, né. E aí eu acho que é importante fazer, por exemplo, eu quero fazer, a minha música fala sobre tal coisa, eu vou chamar um fotógrafo que tenha a ver com isso, ou uma fotógrafa que tenha a ver com isso para fazer as fotos de divulgação, para fazer a capa do meu disco, para pensar para ter um penso estético sobre isso, ou às vezes a pessoa já tem esse senso, mas é sempre bom conversar com alguém mais experiente, né? Eu dou muito valor, eu acho que o mercado acaba desvalorizando às vezes pessoas mais longevas, e eu acho que isso é muito importante, pessoas que têm experiência, trocar com pessoas que têm experiência, contratar pessoas que têm experiência, que já estão no mercado há mais tempo, porque elas já sabem chegar nos lugares, elas já conhecem, elas já têm um senso estético e de business, né, assim, que é essencial. E gente nova também, né, acho que encontros geracionais são muito importantes, assim, né, essas trocas são muito ricas, muito válidas. E então entender qual que é o conceito da tua música e a partir disso escolher quem vai ser o fotógrafo, quem é que vai escrever o release, quem é que tem sensibilidade para escrever sobre a tua música, que tu poderia conversar. Às vezes as pessoas fazem uma parceria, nem te cobram, né, dependendo do caso, pode ser um amigo teu que escreva bem, pode escrever teu release, contando, muito importante ter a tua biografia, porque nenhum jornalista vai querer falar de um artista que não sabe de onde veio, né, então ter ali, da onde eu vim, com que idade eu comecei a tocar música, por que eu toco música, onde é que eu quero chegar, sabe? Todas essas ferramentas de informação, fotos, e se for entrar em contato com uma rádio, já manda o link com o disco em MP3 ou Wave, né? Isso é básico, né? Se for entrar em contato com uma revista, manda bastante foto e vai de acordo com o veículo, assim, né? Também, isso é bem importante.
Bem legal, bem legal. Eu vou te jogar uma pergunta polêmica agora. No último papo que eu tive agora com o David, com o Marco, com o Robert, com essa turma toda, que faltou a presença das mulheres nesse painel, né? Eu até falei ali, a gente tinha, mas no final das contas não deu certo. A gente fechou falando um pouquinho sobre a língua portuguesa e a viabilidade da língua portuguesa no mercado, talvez fora do Brasil, tá? Mas vamos inverter também, não só falar sobre isso, porque tu tem essa experiência fora, que é muito legal, mas também pensar um pouquinho da língua inglesa no mercado doméstico. E tua opinião sobre isso? Se é viável, se é legal, se é tua preferência, se tu tem uma preferência, o que tu fala para as pessoas quando esse assunto vem numa conversa contigo com uma banda?
Eu prefiro música cantada em português, né, assim, ainda mais quando a pessoa, eu acho que legitimidade para mim é uma coisa importante, mas eu acho que também não dá para botar um carimbo, assim, dizer que não, na arte tudo pode, né, assim, se tu te comunica melhor em inglês, fala em inglês, se tu te comunica melhor em português, fala em português, às vezes a inspiração, às vezes a tua história, a tua trajetória de artista vem em inglês, então qual é o problema, né? E o que eu estou dizendo é mais uma questão de gosto pessoal, assim, né? Eu acabo preferindo mais música em português, porque eu acho que para o Brasil ela se torna mais comunicativa e chega em mais pessoas. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, se tu quer apontar para um público mais nicho, ou se é assim que tu coloca os teus sentimentos para fora melhor, tudo bem em cantar em inglês, né? Eu acho que isso é muito relativo, assim. tem uma coisa um pouco de moda, assim, né? Durante um tempo, algumas pessoas foram criminalizadas por cantar em inglês no Brasil, porque tinha isso um pouco, o que eu não acho que é legal, né? Porque é uma expressão artística, tem que ser livre, né? Não tem que ficar dizendo o que pode e o que não pode. Mas eu prefiro, no meu programa eu toco 90% de músicas cantadas em português, mas se tem uma em inglês que me emociona, eu toco também. Então, até o próprio Amarante agora lançou um disco que tem músicas que tem inglês e português na mesma música, né? E
legal. Estavam falando agora do K-pop, né? Que tem essa mistura no K-pop, gosta de misturar as coisas. Então, não vamos também, né, demonizar o pessoal que faz em inglês, mas eu sou meio do teu campo também. Eu gosto de valorizar a língua portuguesa, uma língua super bonita e que dá certo no exterior, mas tem pessoas próximas de mim que não concordam comigo. Continuando, a Gabi Lima acabou de colocar aqui uma frasezinha aqui, graças. Ela acha que o disco dela foi justamente o primeiro trabalho da Marília na Loop Discos. Tá certo ou tá errado?
Saudades, Gabi, por sinal, tá certo? Foi o meu laboratório. Foi minha cobaia.
Eu joguei um link para ela entrar aqui junto com a gente, mas não ia até conseguir chegar o link nela, não ia dar certo. Ela disse que até concorda, a Gabriela está dizendo, com o negócio. Eu acho que ela está falando sobre a coisa do inglês e do português. Diz que até concorda. Mas é isso, né? O português é polêmico, né? O português, o inglês, o não. Isso em qualquer língua do país do mundo, tenho certeza que isso se repete com frequência. E a Gabi é uma pessoa que se expressa super bem no inglês, então não posso falar muito.
Não, e ela chega num público internacional também, né? Tem isso também. Às vezes tu tá apontando para um público internacional, então às vezes é melhor cantar em inglês, né? O mesmo caso do Amarante, né? Ele mora em Los Angeles, tem um público internacional. Por que ele não vai cantar em inglês também, né? Assim, eu acho que é...
Isso aí. Então, deixa eu ir para umas coisas mais filosóficas. Tu trabalha, tu comunica, tu promove a música de novos artistas associados a artistas mais consagrados, ou pelo menos que já estão bem ancorados na cultura já. Que são as características? Fala um pouquinho também para os nossos alunos e o pessoal do público que tem banda, que tem trabalho musical, ou que trabalha como empresário. Quais são as características que tu enxerga em novas bandas que faz eles virem a ter sucesso? Quais são as coisas que tu enxerga nessas pessoas? Pensa nos recentes, nos antigos. As minhas perguntas não são fáceis. Eu estou jogando
eu tô vendo.
Curveballs, a gente chama, né? Bolas curvas. Então, essa é uma curveball. É uma para te pensar assim, o que tu pensando nessas bandas, o que faz elas serem pessoas que tu diz, não, aposto nessa banda, ou que depois tu olhou e disse, pá, deu certo. Qual é a característica? Se tu tivesse que fazer a análise, o que tu diria?
Bom, para começar, eu diria que é muito subjetivo, né? Tipo, se alguém soubesse a fórmula, né, do sucesso, estava tudo resolvido, né?
Sim.
Mas eu acho que é ter esse conjunto de coisas, assim, né? Falar a sua verdade. Eu vejo, assim, os artistas da cena contemporânea brasileira que estão dando certo, eles são aquilo que eles estão fazendo. Eles são no palco que eles são na vida real, assim, né? Eles passam essa verdade, assim. Até as redes sociais estão fazendo isso, né? Tu acaba tendo que... Claro que tem muita coisa meio fake ali, mas tu não tem muito como fingir tanto mais, assim, né? Porque tu tá muito exposto, tá todo mundo muito exposto, né? Então, as pessoas acabam mostrando seu dia a dia, como é que elas são, como é que elas vivem, e isso tem que ser meio parecido no palco e na vida real, assim, né? Então, eu acho que ser verdadeiro e passar uma mensagem positiva é muito importante. E a questão da diversidade também, né? Que eu acho que eu tenho muito essa preocupação, assim, no meu programa, pelo menos, de não tocar só homens, de não tocar só homens brancos, de tocar pessoas trans, pessoas brancas, pessoas negras, né? E ter esse cuidado. Uma artista que eu acho fenomenal é a Lineker, que eu estava comentando antes, que para mim o que ela tem de mais interessante é a personalidade, né? Assim, ela tem talento, tem uma voz absurda, são uma série de coisas, né? Não é uma coisa só. E ela foi muito bem assessorada, assim, né? Agora ela está no selo do Mano Brown, que é o Bugnipe. Antes ela estava com a Trovoa, que é uma assessoria de imprensa muito boa também, lá de São Paulo, que agora está fazendo assessoria de imprensa para o Lollapalooza também. Eles são bem grandes, fazem para Francisco Elombre, para bandas grandes, midstream, né? Não chega a ser mainstream. Mas eu acho que é isso, acho que é um somatório de coisas, assim, né? A Marina Sena, que é uma artista que agora está despontando também, ela tem uma imagem muito forte, assim, né? Ela fez toda uma persona, acho que tem que ter essa persona, não adianta, não tem como fugir disso, né?
Legal.
De ter a persona e de comunicar, de tudo que ela faz sentido com a persona dela, né? Assim, as coisas que ela fala, como ela se veste, como ela se comunica, tudo é uma coisa só, tem uma unidade ali, né? Assim,
Isso
é muito importante.
Me parece uma estratégia de comunicação, assim, né? Levar o penso, assim, porque é legal isso, legal. E assim, tu falou sobre diversidade agora. Diversidade é uma coisa que a Sigmund se preocupa bastante. Nos últimos anos, muito pelo impulso dos próprios alunos do curso e que trabalham junto à Sigmund Records, a gente mudou nosso foco para trabalhar em projetos que têm esse viés de diversidade, de perspectivas, de gênero, de cultura, de nacionalidade. Então, a gente preza muito por isso, e eu acho que a gente está meio que num momento de convergência, assim, uma encruzilhada, em que esse é um momento muito importante de trazer essas perspectivas diversas para mais mainstream possível, mais para frente possível, para todo mundo enxergar. Acho que num país como o Brasil tem uma importância até maior, assim, embora talvez eu não possa falar muito sobre isso, mas me parece que sim. Então me fala assim, essa importância de trazer a diversidade de artistas e de perspectivas. Eu sei que é um trabalho que tu desenvolve, eu vejo os trabalhos que tu faz. Então, né, me fala um pouco sobre a importância disso, o que a gente está socialmente, o que a gente está conseguindo chegar, resolver a partir disso.
Eu acho que é uma preocupação que qualquer pessoa que faz uma curadoria, né, tem que ter, assim, né, a primeira premissa, assim, né, tem que ter diversidade nas conversas, nos line-ups dos festivais, né, se não tiver eu já desconfio, assim, isso aí não tá legal, né, só tem homem, a gente fica meio, não gosta muito, não estão dando protagonismo para as mulheres, para as pessoas negras, né, enfim, para as pessoas trans.
Tem pouca diversidade no Brasil? Como é que é a nossa...
Tem muita diversidade no Brasil. Mais de 50% da nossa população é preta, né?
Mas nos festivais, na música, na vitrine, no lugar em que a gente
pode mostrar
isso. Aham.
Eu acho que tem pouca ainda. Tá mudando, né? Eu acho que a Globo, mal ou bem, tá fazendo um ótimo trabalho nesse sentido, assim, né? Tá ajudando, porque a Globo tem um impacto ainda muito grande na nossa sociedade, né? E eu acho que eles estão fazendo um trabalho legal neste sentido. Com todas as ressalvas que eu tenho à Globo, mas tem essa parte que eu acho que está sendo bem feita, assim, de inclusão, de diversidade.
E é
os comunicadores, né?
Continua forte essa plataforma, né?
E sim, eu vejo cada vez mais festivais voltados para mulheres, né? Agora eu sou embaixadora do Women's Music Event, que é um festival voltado para premiar mulheres também. E é muito bacana, eu acho uma iniciativa super legal e elas conseguiram grandes patrocinadores, tá super bem, assim, o festival, acho que já está na 5ª ou 6ª edição, não sei exatamente. É um festival bem bonito, assim, bem plural e bem... que eu acho bem justo, assim, a curadoria é bem bacana, porque é por votação também, né? Eu acho que sim, é uma preocupação... Esse trabalho que eu faço para a ONG, que eu comentei antes, foi porque eles viram meu site e gostaram dessa questão da diversidade, assim, né?
Sim. Nós estamos chegando no final do nosso horário aqui, tá? 45 minutos já passaram, estamos aqui no finalzinho. Quero ver o pessoal ali no chat, se vocês quiserem fazer mais uma pergunta, agora é a hora boa. Uma coisa que eu tenho perguntado para quase todo mundo que está participando é isso, se tu pudesse, assim, dar uma dica para alguém que está para ti mesmo aos 18 anos, tá? Se tu tivesse que dar essa dica para ti mesmo, tu vai ingressar no mundo da música, tu vai trabalhar com isso de alguma forma, e agora tu tem todos os aprendizados. O que tu falaria para a Marília com 18 anos?
Ai, que difícil.
Minhas perguntas não são fáceis.
Não são fáceis, né?
Uma delas.
Mas eu acho que estudar muito, o máximo, se interessar por tudo.
Eu gosto disso aí, essa é uma boa dica.
Acho que assim, estuda, nunca é assim, né? Sempre tem mais espaço para estudar e para aprender. Vá ao máximo de shows possíveis, se as coisas melhorarem agora, principalmente, né? Se interesse por estilos que talvez não sejam o teu diretamente, porque tudo é aprendizagem, né? Tudo é fazer contato com as pessoas, não ter vergonha, né? Dar a cara para bater, se colocar em zonas de desconforto. Eu muitas vezes, até na época da Ipanema, me chamaram para apresentar um programa, eu não ia. Me chamaram para substituir a Kátia Suma uma vez, eu disse que eu não ia, porque eu fiquei com medo. Hoje em dia, eu acho que eu devia ter ido. Se me chamaram é porque eu podia ir, né? Porque eles achavam que eu tinha condições, apesar de não ter um décimo da experiência delas, assim, né? Mas eu acho que se as pessoas te dão oportunidades, seja lá o que for, que se tu sentir que é algo que vai te fazer aprender, te colocar, te tirar da zona de conforto, faz, né? E busca esse tipo de oportunidade que te tira da zona de conforto, que te deixa com medo, que te expõe, né? Eu acho que isso é essencial. E conversar com o máximo de pessoas, não ter preconceito, ter cuidado social, né? Eu acho que isso é essencial, principalmente agora, assim.
Legal.
E estudar muito, ler muito, estudar muito, pesquisar
ler muito, estudar muito e não ter medo do frio na barriga. Vai,
Exato.
te joga, te joga.
Se joga.
Frio na barriga pode ser um baita puxar o tapete, né? Puxar o tapete.
Não dá. Eu disse alguns nãos que eu me arrependo muito, assim, e por medo, por achar que eu não sou capaz, acho melhor eu não fazer. Aí uma pessoa menos experiente que eu, às vezes, fazia aquilo, sabe? Então, acho que isso é importante. Quando a oportunidade surge, a gente tem que abraçar.
A gente já apareceu uns comentários aqui, ó. Então o Pedro está perguntando, sem estar no selo, tá? Como é que ele consegue entrar no mundo das rádios ou nos meios de comunicação? Então não está no selo, não tem alguém fazendo a gestão da carreira dele e ele quer, ou talvez tenha, mas qual é o caminho de onde ele está agora, talvez independente, para estar dentro dos meios de comunicação e ganhando essa exposição?
Em primeiro lugar, ter uma boa música, né? Assim, fazer um bom trabalho, começar acreditando e gostando do teu trabalho. Se tu não gostar e amar o teu trabalho e acreditar nele, ninguém vai acreditar, né? Tu tem que saber o valor do teu trabalho e saber que a tua música é boa, que eu acho que uma vez eu entrevistei o vocalista do Jethro Tull e ele falou que ele fazia música para se agradar. E eu acho que é isso, assim, né? Tu tem que gostar do que tu faz e acreditar no que tu faz. Ter carinho por aquilo, né? E eu acho que isso as pessoas acabam se contaminando, né? Uma coisa positiva que as pessoas acabam se contaminando. E aí, dentro do possível, fazer o máximo de shows possíveis. Acho que não vejo problema de começar não ganhando cachê no início da carreira. Quem tiver condições, né, disso, ter um outro trabalho que sustente o fato de tu não ganhar um cachê nos primeiros shows. Chamar a família inteira para o show, né? Os amigos, tem muitos amigos para dar like, para te seguir, para ir nos shows. Vai fazer teu primeiro show, convida todos os amigos, enche o saco dos parentes, faz aquela... Quem tem amigo tem tudo, né? Assim, tem que chamar os amigos e fazer rede, criar redes de contato e mostrar o teu impacto para as pessoas à tua volta, assim, né? Aquele trabalho de formiguinha, hoje eu ouvi minha música, mostrar números e fazer relacionamento, né? Fazer contatos. As pessoas estão muito no LinkedIn também, tu acha o e-mail de muita gente pelo LinkedIn, entre em contato de uma maneira querida. Não façam uma coisa que eu acho muito desagradável, mandar mensagem de Instagram, assim, tipo, domingo de tarde. Vem ouvir minha música. Não faz isso, sabe? Manda um e-mail educado, querido, né? Se a pessoa não responder, daqui a pouco manda de novo. Manda um e-mail bem pessoal, né? Assim, mas faça um bom trabalho que eu acho que isso automaticamente vai florescer, sabe? Se tu acredita no que tu faz e tu faz com amor e se tu tá feliz com aquilo, alguém vai sentir aquilo também, sabe? Então tem que ter essa verdade, assim, esse carinho pela sua própria arte. Acho que é o mais importante.
Legal, muito bacana. Temos 2 contribuições, 2 comentários, tá? Marta Schmidt está dizendo aqui muito bem.
Que legal.
Muito bem, Marília, falou tudo. A curadoria dos festivais precisam abrir para a diversidade. Né? Então, mais diversidade nos festivais, a Marta aqui. E o Pedro volta aqui com outro comentário dele, em relação ao movimento independente. Ele se impressionou com a força desse movimento no Brasil quando ele conheceu o Woodstock.
Sim.
Em relação à diversidade, muita força também.
O Woodstock é um festival maravilhoso, né? Excelente. Quem tiver a oportunidade de ir, é um super orgulho ter esse festival aqui no Rio Grande do Sul, né?
Aqui no Sul, né? Isso aí. A gente tem nosso mercado da música bem bacana aqui.
Tem.
Bem bom.
Com certeza.
Bem, tá parado aqui o chat, não tá se mexendo. Eu fico de olho. Quando ele apita aqui, eu já tô pronto para comentar alguma coisa, mas tá parado o chat.
Legal.
Pessoal, exatamente 6h50, o horário oficial em que eu começo a fechar. Marília, Muito. Então, vamos fechar, né? Vamos fechar para hoje. Foi bom, tua contribuição sempre é legal. Eu lembro lá quando tu fez lá na escola de design e ensinos ali, que era em cima, né? Na Manuel Gonzaga ali. A tua contribuição foi... Tem umas fotos no meu Instagram lá de ti.
Ah, eu quero essas fotos, vou procurar, né?
Então, lá no meu Instagram, as fotos de ti, assim, palestrando. Muito legal. A gurizada adorou. E é sempre bacana essa perspectiva. Tu é daqui. Então a pessoa daqui que está mostrando que tem esse conhecimento, tem essa abrangência, né? É muito também inspirador para o pessoal que está entrando na área. Então eu agradeço muito, muito, né? Eu digo para todo mundo nesse festival que eu sou fã, mas são todas pessoas que eu sou fã. E eu sou teu fã também.
Eu também sou tua fã. E muito obrigada. É sempre uma honra estar aqui e voltar, né? Que me traz muito prestígio também. Uma delícia estar aqui com vocês. Obrigada, Charles.
Eu que agradeço e fiquei muito feliz. Pessoal, a gente se vê amanhã, tem mais Semana Sigmund amanhã, começamos às 2h da tarde com o Léo Braco do Transcendental, sobre uma oficina sobre mixagem, um pouquinho mais técnico amanhã. Thiago Becker, com seus convidados, às 4h da tarde, e né, todas as palestras são com essa duração, mais ou menos. E aí, no final do dia, a Gabi Lima, que fez uns comentários muito legais aqui, vai trazer o pessoal do Sala de Estar, e eles vão conversar bastante aqui no final da tarde para encerrar a Semana Sigmund, e vai ser super, super divertido. Então, boa noite para todos, e eu vejo vocês amanhã às 2h da tarde aqui no YouTube. Abraços, Marília, até mais. Boa noite.
Até mais, obrigada a todos. Obrigada. Uma boa noite. Obrigada.
Tchau, tchau, pessoal. E eu acho que fechou lá. Gabriel, é isso.